के लिए, इसलिए सर जो पुअर पेशेंट होते हैं हम लोग उसी के अंदर।
Okay, I get your point, but then when you go for a publication, it will not be accepted. The explanation which
Sure.
will not be accepted.
I will take care of it, sir. Sure.
You've written Pseudomonas species, right? Now,
Yes.
Pseudomonas species में दो तरह के होते हैं. Pseudomonas
Aeruginosa and Pseudomonas species.
aeruginosa. Now, for non-aeruginosa, there is totally a different table in CLSI. You cannot use Pseudomonas aeruginosa table for interpreting the AST results of other non-aeruginosa species. That is number one.
Yes,
so
sir. Yes, sir. I totally get it.
Number three, colistin. Now, colistin, as far as I remember, as for 2018 guidelines, we had epidemiological cutoff values for colistin MICs in Enterobacteriaceae.
Okay.
2020, they introduced guidelines wherein in Enterobacteriaceae, they used two types of nomenclatures, either intermediate or resistant.
Okay.
Sensitive nomenclature colistin में use होता नहीं है क्योंकि आपका CLSI 18 पे based है.
जी सर.
कीजिए कि उस समय उसमें एंट्रोबैक्टीरियेसिए में वो देता था कि नहीं देता था क्योंकि एपिडेमियोलॉजिकल कट ऑफ्स होती थी तब.
श्योर सर, मैं एक बार देख लूंगा.
उसमें वो सेंसिटिव रेजिस्टेंट वाली बात करता था. तो हम लोग यूकास्ट के हिसाब से उस समय कोलिस्टिन को रिपोर्ट किया करते थे. ठीक. अच्छा, चौथी बात आ जाती है आपका ESBL MBL डिटेक्शन पे. आपने कौन से मेथड्स यूज किए हैं ESBL MBL डिटेक्शन के लिए?
सर वाइटेक से ही डायरेक्टली यूज किया है. कार्बापेनम इज प्रोड्यूसिंग एंड ESBL प्रोड्यूसिंग ऑर्गेनिज्म जो AES के अंदर डायरेक्टली दिखा देता है ऑर्गेनिज्म के साथ.
अच्छा, तो आगे कोई फिनोटाइपिक मेथड जो CLSI वगैरह बताते हैं वो नहीं किया आपने?
नहीं सर, इसी से ही डायरेक्ट हो जाता है. फिर उसकी क्या जरूरत है दोनों मेथड यूज करने की? मतलब कोई चेंजेस है सर? मैं भी सर वो जानना चाहता हूँ. अगर दोनों के अंदर कुछ चेंजेस है तो हम दोनों को मैच कर सकते हैं.
एक्चुअली इट वुड हैव बीन नाइस अगर आप उसे कर देते, क्योंकि देखो CLSI तो अब ये कहता है कि आपको ESBL की रिपोर्टिंग करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है जितने भी थर्ड जनरेशन सेफेलोस्पोरिन्स हैं उनकी जो जोन डायमीटर्स या फिर MIC वैल्यूज को ऐसे एडजस्ट किया है कि वो ऑटोमेटिकली ही रेजिस्टेंट वैल्यू में आ जाती है.
उसके अंदर है ना, सॉरी सर, उसके अंदर दो है, एक ये ESBL लाइक ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड ESBL ऑर्गेनिज्म. आई थिंक जो वो डिफरेंस है ना, उसके हिसाब से जो ESBL वाले है ना वही मैंने लिया है.
वो तो आपने लिए हैं, लेकिन इट इज ऑलवेज बेटर बिकॉज देखो वो तो मशीन रिजल्ट हो गया ना. तो
बिल्कुल सर.
जब आप स्टडीज देखोगे तो आपको कुछ फिनोटाइपिक और जीनोटाइपिक मेथड्स के कंपैरिजन मिलेंगे.
बिल्कुल सर, है सर.
तो उसमें आप कंपेयर करोगे तो हो सकता है आपको कुछ जो है कुछ उसके अंदर डिफरेंसेस भी मिले, कितने रिजल्ट्स कॉन्कॉर्डेंस में है कितने नहीं है. तो हम लोग प्योरली सिर्फ एक मेथड के रिजल्ट के बेसिस पे किसी चीज को CSBL नहीं लेबल कर सकते. और जो CLSI की गाइडलाइंस है वो ये कहती है कि आपको ESBL की रिपोर्टिंग की भी जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि पहले क्या होता था कि जब आप लोग थर्ड जनरेशन सेफेलोस्पोरिन का रेजिस्टेंस आता था तब हम लोग जो है ऑटोमेटिकली उसको ESBL रिपोर्ट करके सभी रिजल्ट्स चेंज कर देते थे, रेजिस्टेंट बना देते थे.
ओके.
ऑटोमेटिकली उसने जो है जो ESBL ऑर्गेनिजम्स होते हैं उन्होंने जोन डायमीटर्स और MIC वैल्यूज को ऐसे एडजस्ट कर दिया है कि आपको वो ऑटोमेटिकली
ESBL प्रोड्यूसर में काउंट हो जाएगा. वो
यू नीड नॉट चेंज द वैल्यू फ्रॉम इंटरप्रिटेशन फ्रॉम सेंसिटिव टू रेजिस्टेंट. Are you understanding?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर.
जो आपका जो रिस्क फैक्टर एनालिसिस है उसमें आपने लॉजिस्टिक रिग्रेशन किया था क्या? क्योंकि इसमें मुझे कहीं भी P वैल्यू नहीं दिखा.
नहीं सर, नहीं किया था. स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस वाला सर वो जो पार्ट है वो सर मैंने लास्ट के अंदर रखा है. जो मैं जब मैं फाइनल PhD का रिजल्ट फाइनलाइज करूंगा उसके अंदर मैं सर बाकी के सारे एक साथ ही कर दूंगा.
तो आपके PhD थीसिस के लिए मेरे पास कुछ सजेशंस हैं. अपने ESBL और MBL मेथड्स जो है ना इसको थोड़े दूसरे मेथड्स को यूज करके साथ में उसमें अगर आप थोड़ा जीनोटाइपिक एनालिसिस और फिनोटाइपिक एनालिसिस कर सकें,
पक्का सर.
लॉजिस्टिक रिग्रेशन करें. तीसरा जो आपने क्योंकि 2018 की अब तो 2021 की गाइडलाइंस आने वाली है, तो थोड़ा सा अपनी ये वाली एनालिसिस भी कीजिए कि जो 2018 में आपने एनालिसिस किया था द गाइड विच अकॉर्डिंग टू 2020 एंड 21 जो आपके रिजल्ट्स हैं, अगर आप इस सिनेरियो में उनको यूज करो तो आपके रिजल्ट्स में क्या चेंजेस आते हैं, स्पेशली कोलिस्टिन को लेकर, क्योंकि क्रॉस माइक्रो डाइल्यूशन इज द गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड मेथड. इवन ऑटोमेटेड सिस्टम्स कैन मिस, स्पेशली द MCR1 स्ट्रेन्स जो होते हैं उसमें कहीं ना कहीं कॉन्कॉर्डेंस में इश्यूज आ सकते हैं. सो यू शुड बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हाइल यू रिपोर्टिंग, बिकॉज़ पब्लिकेशन के लिए जब जाओगे ना तो दिक्कत हो सकती है.
जी सर.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
ओके, थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू सो मच.
Now the next speaker, I think there is some nomenclature issue here.
Yes sir.
Have written one is Lubna Parveen and the other one is Sajda Khatun. Both of them that उनका जो नाम है वो अली हसन के नाम से आ रहा है. अच्छा, साजदा खातून तो अलग से दिख रही है. तो एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू कंफर्म, ये जो डॉक्टर अली हसन दिख रहे हैं ये लुबना परवीन है कि अली हसन है?
So she is saying that her name is coming as Ali Hassan. लुबना परवीन बोल रहे हैं in chat section sir.
अच्छा, तो लुबना, your name is being displayed as Ali Hassan, am I right?
हाँ
डॉक्टर लुबना हसन, डॉक्टर लुबना, डॉक्टर लुबना, यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल।
ऑडिबल नहीं है।
बोलो तुम बोलो।
हेलो हेलो सर।
हाँ डॉक्टर लुबना,
हेलो।
आपका नाम डॉक्टर
हाँ यस सर।
आपका नाम डॉक्टर
हाँ
अली की तरह आ रहा है, ठीक है।
हाँ 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 जी सर, जी यस सर।
अच्छा, और ये निखिल राज कौन है?
सर निखिल राज एक्चुअली सर पोस्टर में है, बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई ही इज लॉगिन।
नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे पास जो लिस्ट है उसमें निखिल राज नाम का
किसके लिए बोला?
एक शिवांग पटवाल है, ही इज नॉट लॉग्ड इन, राइट?
यस सर।
ओके, निखिल राज, कैन यू प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ? Nikhil Raj, can you please unmute yourself? I think he's not there. Okay, so what we can do is अभी हम पहले दीपक पंजवानी का भी हो गया. अभी we have two people. One is
बोलो।
we have two people now. One is Lubna Parveen and Sajda Khatun, right? Okay, Nikhil Raj is logged out. So what we can do is
हाँ यस सर।
डॉक्टर लुबना, पहले आप अपना प्रेजेंट कर दीजिए, उसके बाद डॉक्टर साजदा कर देंगी, ठीक है?
ओके सर।
हाँ, ठीक है। So
ओके सर।
डॉक्टर लुबना परवीन एंड उनका टॉपिक है एंटी माइक्रोबियल ससेप्टिबिलिटी पैटर्न ऑफ नॉन fermenters आइसोलेटेड फ्रॉम ब्लड कल्चर्स इन अ टर्शियरी केयर हॉस्पिटल इन नॉर्थ इंडिया ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ 10 years. ठीक है, ओवर टू डॉक्टर लुबना परवीन, आप प्लीज अपना ये जो है ओरल प्रेजेंटेशन कीजिए, प्लीज शेयर योर स्क्रीन.
ऑडिबल?
आप ऑडिबल हैं, बट योर वॉइस इज क्रैकिंग लुबना. अरे, आई थिंक वी हैव लॉस्ट हर. Dr. Sajda, are you there? Dr. Lubna?
हेलो।
Yes, Dr. Lubna, we can hear you. Hello? Dr. Lubna,
So this network issue.
okay, would you like to log in again? Shall I ask Dr. Sajda Khatun to present? Meanwhile, you can resolve the issue.
Sir, just wait for 1 minute. Hello.
Hello?
Hello sir, shall I start?
Please start. अपनी screen share कीजिए, please. Thank you. Where is she? Dr. Lubna, please unmute yourself and share your screen.
मैं अपना नोटिस बोल दूं।
Hello sir.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh, presentation. I said hospital not.
Dr. Lubna, your voice is cracking. Is Dr. Sajda Khatun there? Dr. Sajda? Dr. Sajda, can you hear me? Dr. Sajda?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sajda, आप
sir.
पहले present कर दीजिए. Please share your screen. Meanwhile, Dr. Lubna will try to resolve the issue as far as her internet problems. So without wasting much time, I think we will go ahead with Dr. Sajda Khatun followed by Dr. Lubna Hassan. Dr. Sajda, please unmute yourself and please share your screen. Who's presenting?
बोलो.
Hello, sir. Am I on?
Who is this?
Hello?
Yeah. अच्छा, आप डॉक्टर लुबना प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं क्या?
हाँ, yes, sir.
Dr. Lubna, please go ahead.
हाँ, okay, sir. So, for the immoralism compromised and make it most commonly isolated is matter to be
Dr. Lubna, we really can't hear you. I'm very sorry, but we can't understand what you're saying. Dr. Lubna, we can't understand what you're talking. Dr. Sajda, you please go ahead. Please present your screen without wasting much time. We don't have much time.
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Lubna, please wait. You resolve your issues now. Let Dr. Sajda Khatun present first.
Yes, sir.
क्या करें?
Dr. Sajda,
I'm Sajda Khatun
चलो फिर बोलेंगे तुम्हारे लिए.
from
इंटरनेट जब से आ रहा था
Jawaharlal Nehru Medical
तो मेरे हॉटस्पॉट से लेकर भी खत्म हो गया.
नहीं खत्म तो नहीं हुआ अगर ना आ जाता ना मुझे.
कोई बात नहीं.
Dr. Sajda, please go ahead. Dr. Sajda, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I Sajda Khatun from JNMC AMU Aligarh. Yes, sir. The topic of my presentation is prevalence of asymptomatic bacteriuria. Yes. And their antimicrobial resistance pattern among the uropathogens. Asymptomatic bacteriuria is defined as the presence of
Please change your slide. We cannot see your next
the
slide.
presence of
Dr. Shashi, what should we do? They are unable to present. What can we do now? Dr. Shashi, please unmute yourself. Dr. Jitinder, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Shall I
I'm
ask
here only.
share the slides, sir?
डॉक्टर जितेंद्र, इनकी तो स्लाइड्स का बुरा ही हाल हो रहा है, ये तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं पा रहे हैं वहां से ये डॉक्टर
Diksha,
Sir, we have a backup PPTs now, sir. So Dr. Sasi, you can present from your end. Just share.
sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Diksha has the backup, sir.
दीक्षा, आर यू देयर?
Yes, he is here. Diksha.
आप दीक्षा डॉक्टर साजदा खातून की स्लाइड्स चलाइए प्लीज फटाफट.
So she is arranging, sir. Diksha is sharing, sir. Diksha is sharing the slides.
डॉक्टर साजदा, डॉक्टर लुबना, इन दोनों की स्लाइड्स दीक्षा चलाएगी. और इफ दे आर अनेबल टू प्रेजेंट तो मैं डायरेक्टली जो है ये दीक्षा विल जस्ट रीड आउट एंड आई विल आस्क द क्वेश्चंस टू दीस पीपल बिकॉज़
Diksha,
Okay, sir.
are you there?
Yes, sir. 5 minutes, sir. 5 minutes, sir. Sorry, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग डॉक्टर बरनाली मैम.
Good morning, Dr. Mohit.
Diksha,
हाउ आर यू मैम?
Fine. So I started.
Dr. Sajna.
Yes, sir.
मैम
Yes, ma'am.
आपका कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन है मैम अभी?
No, yeah, I'm for the next session actually as a judge. So I just
अच्छा,
logged in.
okay, fine.
Shall I leave now and I'll join again?
No problem, ma'am. You can be
Dr.
there.
Sajda, are you
want to
there?
ask any questions you can ask
Yes.
also. No issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
Please
you.
start your presentation.
Yes, sir. So the top, I'm a junior resident from Department of Microbiology, JNMC, MU Aligarh. My co-authors are Dr. Asfiya Sultan, Dr. Fatima Khan, and Professor Tamkeen Khan, ma'am. And the topic of my presentation is prevalence of asymptomatic bacteriuria in pregnancy and their antimicrobial resistance pattern among the uropathogens. So
बोलिए डॉक्टर साजदा.
asymptomatic bacteriuria is the presence of bacteria in significant quantity in urine in the absence of signs and symptoms of UTI. So asymptomatic bacteriuria is important to screen during pregnancy because it can cause serious complications both to fetus and pregnant woman. In pregnant woman, prematurity and premature rupture of membranes can occur. In the fetus, low birth weight and intrauterine growth retardations can occur. So please change my slide.
दीक्षा, next slide.
Yes, sir. Material and method. The study was conducted over a period of 10 months from Jan 2019 to November 2020 in the Department of Microbiology, JNMC, MU. Freshly voided clean catch midstream specimens of urine were collected. Culture of these specimens were done on clad media, cysteine, lactose, electrolyte deficient media, and after 18 to 24 hours of incubation, growth was assessed and identification was done as per the guidelines of MACI. The result out of 6,519 urine samples of pregnant women, 1081 are showing culture positive without symptoms of UTI. So the prevalence of SB was 11.8%, and the main pathogen, the predominant pathogen was E. coli, followed by entero and staph species. And the result I have shown in the form of graph in another slide. Next slide, please.
Okay, go to the next slide.
Next slide, please. Hello?
Yes. Next slide, Diksha.
Yes, sir. The distribution of various urinary pathogens. Yes, sir.
Okay, दीक्षा आगे चलो. Next, दीक्षा आगे. इसके बाद ग्राम नेगेटिव का भी देख लिया. ठीक है. Next.
Yes, sir. Conclusion: the prevalence was 11.8%. So screening and therapeutic treatment as early as possible is important, and the resistance rate among the various antibiotics is increasing, but nitro and phospho is still be the answer for the treatment option.
बेटा फॉस्फोमाइसिन के लिए आपने कौन सा, थैंक यू फॉर योर प्रेजेंटेशन साजदा। मुझे एक बात बताइए, पहली बात तो ये है कि ऐसे नहीं लिखते हैं कि स्टैंडर्ड गाइडलाइंस ऑफ मैकी, स्टैंडर्ड गाइडलाइंस लिख के आप रेफरेंस दे सकते हैं, चाहे वो मैकी में काटने की हो या आपने एएसएम मैनुअल यूज किया हो या जो भी गाइडलाइंस आपने यूज किए हैं, ऐसे नहीं लिखते हैं स्टैंडर्ड गाइडलाइंस ऑफ मैकी। ठीक है, पॉइंट नंबर 1। नंबर 2 ये है कि आपने फॉस्फोमाइसिन की टेस्टिंग कैसे करी थी? सीएलएसआई गाइडलाइंस तो कहता है अगार डाइल्यूशन मेथड, और उसमें प्लेन फॉस्फोमाइसिन तो होता नहीं है, उसमें तो ग्लूकोज 6 फॉस्फेट भी डालना होता है। आपने कैसे किया था?
I have done by disk diffusion method.
प्लेन फॉस्फोमाइसिन?
Phosphomycin, yes sir, plain phosphomycin 200 microgram disk. I have done by disk diffusion method, Herbivore.
बेटा डिस्क डिफ्यूजन में भी जो प्लेन फॉस्फोमाइसिन नहीं यूज होता है, इट हैज टू बी विद ग्लूकोज 6 फॉस्फेट, नहीं तो वो तो मतलब माना ही नहीं जाता है। सीएलएसआई गाइडलाइंस देखिए आप, सीएलएसआई और यूकास्ट में प्लेन फॉस्फोमाइसिन से कहाँ उसमें देते हैं,
बोलेंगे तो
फ्लॉड है। मतलब पहली बात तो ये
पढ़ना नहीं है तो पढ़ो।
चलिए ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच। नाउ वी हैव डॉक्टर लुबना परवीन। डॉक्टर लुबना, आर यू देयर? डॉक्टर लुबना, आर यू देयर?
हाँ, ये
ओके,
Hello?
हाँ हम विल यू बी एबल टू
हाँ,
टॉक?
yes sir, I'm there.
ओके, डॉक्टर लुबना की स्लाइड है antimicrobial susceptibility pattern of non-fermenters isolated from blood cultures in a tertiary care hospital in North India over a period of 10 years. So डॉक्टर लुबना, आप प्रेजेंटेशन अपनी कर देंगे, हम स्लाइड चला देंगे यहाँ से, ठीक है? डॉक्टर लुबना, हम लोग इंट्रोडक्शन की स्लाइड पे ले आए। डॉक्टर लुबना, कैन यू हेयर मी? डॉक्टर लुबना,
Sir?
हाँ, who's there? डॉक्टर लुबना,
हाँ, hello sir.
हाँ जी,
Sir, I'm there.
You
हाँ,
there?
yes sir.
अच्छा दीक्षा, डॉक्टर लुबना की स्लाइड्स
हाँ,
चलाइए।
yes sir. हाँ, yes sir, I'm there.
ओके, दीक्षा पावर पॉइंट मोड पे कर दीजिए। डॉक्टर लुबना, आप प्रेजेंट कीजिए प्लीज इंट्रोडक्शन से।
Okay sir. So, non healthcare associated infections, especially in immunocompromised hosts, and are innately resistant to many antibiotics. The infections usually caused by these bacteria are septicemia, meningitis, pneumonia, urinary tract infections, and surgical site infections. Most commonly isolated non-fermenting. So I have already opened my slide in my mobile, so I'm reading from there. Or you can change the slide also.
Change the slide, please.
Most commonly isolated non-fermenting gram-negative bacilli are Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Acinetobacter baumannii. Multi-drug resistance is common and increasing amongst gram-negative non-fermenters, and a number of strains have now been identified that exhibit resistance to essentially all commonly antibiotics.
Next,
the aim of our study was to determine the prevalence of non-fermenting gram-negative bacilli isolated from blood cultures, to evaluate their antimicrobial susceptibility, and to note the prevalence of multi-drug resistance in Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Acinetobacter baumannii. The retrospective studies conducted in the Department of Microbiology for a period of 10 years. They were isolated from blood cultures of agar and McConkey agar and incubated at 37 for 8 years under aerobic conditions. By tests were done to identify the organisms, and then the antibiotic susceptibility test was done with the help of Kirby-Bott disc diffusion method using commercially available disc on Muller-Hinton agar. So next, please.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
ये कर दिया हमने इंटरप्रिटेशन. एक सेकंड प्लीज दीक्षा.
Interpretation was.
हाँ, ये इंटरप्रिटेशन से रीड कर सकते हैं आप.
Interpretation was done according to clinical and laboratory standards instituted. Isolates of Pseudomonas aeruginosa resistant to at least 3 drugs in the following classes: beta-lactams, carbapenems, aminoglycosides, and fluoroquinolones were labeled as multi-drug resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Isolates of Acinetobacter baumannii resistant to at least 2 specific representatives of at least 2 classes of antibiotic categories: aminoglycosides, anti-pseudomonal penicillins, carbapenems, 3rd or 4th generation cephalosporins, and fluoroquinolones were labeled baumannii. Next slide, please.
Dr. Lubna, results.
So now the results features which were positive. Out of total blood cultures which were positive, 837 isolates were identified to be non-fermenting gram-negative bacilli. Pseudomonas aeruginosa was the most common, followed by Acinetobacter baumannii. A total of 168 Burkholderia sebaceae complex was also isolated in the blood culture. Males dominated females with a ratio of 3.01:1, and majority of Burkholderia sebaceae complex septicemia was seen in neonates and infants.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Of resistance in carbapenem from 19 out of 57 isolates in the year 2011 to 31 out of 82 isolates in the year 2020. And this graph is showing the sensitivity pattern of Burkholderia sebaceae complex with highest sensitivity to chloramphenicol and least to carbapenem. Next, please. Next slide, please.
Age-wise distribution.
This table is showing the age-wise distribution. This table is showing the age-wise distribution of patients which are infected with non-fermenting gram-negative bacilli. In the age group of 0 to 3 months, it was 41.67%, and in 3 to 12 months, it was 16.67%, and in more than 12 years, it was 9.72%. Now, last, the conclusion part. The next slide, conclusion. Next slide, please.
Conclusion की slide.
Our study showed a significantly high prevalence of non-fermenting. Our study showed a significantly high prevalence of non-fermenting gram-negative bacilli. Isolation of multi-drug resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa and multi-drug resistant Acinetobacter baumannii in the present study raises the concern of rapidly emerging antibiotic resistance in this group of bacteria in our region. Proper screening of non-fermenters in nosocomial settings, regular assessment of their antibiotic susceptibility profiles, and judicious use of antibiotics are suggested for effective management of the infections caused by them and limiting the emergence of multi-drug resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. I just have one question for you. Although it was, you said this data was collected over a period of 10 years. May I know your designation, please?
Yes, sir. Sir, I am a junior resident, JR1, resident of first year.
अच्छा, डॉक्टर लुबना, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि ये पिछले 10 इयर्स का आपने डेटा कलेक्ट करके प्रेजेंट किया है एंड यू हैव रिटन दैट एज पर CLSI गाइडलाइंस. तो 10 इयर्स में तो CLSI गाइडलाइंस 10 टाइम्स बदल चुकी हैं, हर साल बदलती हैं, कुछ चेंजेस आते हैं और इंटरप्रिटेशन में भी क्राइटेरिया काफी बदलता है.
Yes, sir.
So which CLSI guidelines did you use? कौन से ईयर का यूज किया है आपने? लेटेस्ट वाला कि हर साल का ईयर स्पेसिफिक किया है?
So it was the latest.
I'm sorry?
So 30th edition.
30th edition.
Latest one.
2020. अच्छा, ठीक है, okay. ठीक है, thank you, Dr. Lubna. Is there any other presenter?
Yes, sir.
Sir, no other presenter,
you,
sir. Sir, I think we are done with the session, sir. Everybody had presented.
We're done with the session.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Prashant and Dr. Shweta, please, Dr. Prashant, sir, you can stay in hall 1 for your award category presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, fine. I will log out, Dr. Shashi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, Dr. Saja Kadun, you can log out. Dr. Lubna Parveen, you can log out.
हुआ नहीं
Hello, Dr. Shashi. Am I audible to you, Dr. Shashi? Are you there? Hello, Gaurav.
Yes, sir.
Pratiksha.
Yes, sir.
So make sure before we start ना, just make sure कि सबने presenters ने and हमारे जो respected judges हैं उन्होंने login किया है.
Okay, sir.
Who is our first presenter? Dr. Prashad, na? Dr. Shashi?
भाई तो शिवम कॉल कर रहे हैं, लॉगिन नहीं हो रहा है।
तो आप बाकी को स्टार्ट करा दो ना, डॉक्टर प्रशांत।
बलराम सर के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं सर हम। शांपा मैम लॉगिन नहीं किया। शांपा मैम को 5 मिनट लगेगा, डिपार्टमेंट ताला लगा हुआ है, सो डिपार्टमेंट
नो इशू, नो इशू।
Dr. Jitendra, what time do you want to start? What time are you planning to start?
There's one more judge, Dr. Shampa.
Am I audible? I can't hear you.
We are waiting for Dr. Shampa, ma'am. Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Gaurav, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Ma'am, actually, Shampa ma'am is actually she's there in the department. The department has not opened. She told they requested for 5 minutes delay, ma'am. She's just joining, ma'am. I had a word with.
So another 5-10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Another
Yes,
5 minutes, ma'am.
I'll be online to give a shout when you're. I'll leave my audio on.
Ma'am.
Give a shout when you're ready to start. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
देख लेते हैं ये सही जगह है कि नहीं। हेलो, ये है कि नहीं है पता नहीं, क्योंकि 2-3 हॉल में चल रहा है ना।
Ma'am, good morning.
Yeah, am I in the correct place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Good morning, Dr. Barnali.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Leela ma'am, good morning. Leela ma'am, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. Can we start?
Yes, sir. We can start. We can start with Dr. Prashant.
Prashant, you are the first presenter.
Yes, sir.
So, Prashant Kumar will be doing the presenting on the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on quality of Ganga River water in Uttarakhand, a longitudinal study. So, did you share the chart with everybody?
Dr. Balram?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Balram?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to clarify, this is on antimicrobial resistance?
Yes, antimicrobial resistance.
Okay, I agree a word.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Can you briefly tell the rules, because I have not checked yet.
You have got an evaluation sheet.
बोल देना ना कि we did antimicrobial.
Yeah.
This evaluation sheet sent to all the judges.
Actually, the breakup of the marks has been sent.
Can you tell everybody, please?
Okay, the marks were for innovation, there were 2 marks, content 4 marks, presentation 2, and interaction 2. Total is of 10 marks, it is written.
Yes.
Okay. I'll write it down.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Yogen,
so innovation is 2 marks, then presentation is 4 marks. Content is 4 marks, ma'am, and presentation is of 2 marks, and interaction of 2 marks, ma'am. Okay. And how many participants?
3 participants are there in this award session, and they will justify themselves. Okay. And time duration you have given? It is 7 plus 2.
For one.
7 plus 2.
Okay. Okay. You will be moderating the time and everything.
Yes,
we will just.
Yes.
Okay. So we can start. Who are the other judges? Dr. Vimla must be there.
Yes, and Dr. Barnali.
Good morning. Okay.
Good morning. Prashant, start with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good morning to all respected juries member and my respected faculties. Good morning to all. I am Prashant, PhD scholar, AIMS Rishikesh, and today I am presenting my research original article, Effect of COVID-19 Pandemic on Quality of Ganga River Water in Uttarakhand, a longitudinal study. As you know that rivers are an important part of the ecosystem. It is the main source of drinking water in our country. Therefore,
cleanness of river water is very important for a nation. In water, but water pollution at present time, water pollution is the biggest problem in developing country. Ganga River was declared a national river in India 2008. At present time, Ganga is also the most polluted river in India. Ganga is the holistic river in the world. The Ganga originates from Gangotri Glacier at Gomukh in Uttarkashi district of Uttarakhand province in India at an altitude of about 3,800 meters above mean sea level in Garhwal, Himalaya. And this picture is showing origin of Ganga from Gomukh, Uttarkashi, and a container or vial sacred water from Ganga known as Ganga Jal can be found faithfully stored in most Hindus' home. And this is the Ganga Aarti, is a ritual performed every evening in devotion to the goddess Ganga using fire as the offering. About 43% of population of India lives in the Ganga basin and stretch 8,60,000 kilometers, covering 26.3% of country total geographical area. The nationwide lockdown to contain the spread of novel coronavirus COVID-19 in India was announced on March 25th till April 14, 2020 lockdown first, and it was further extended by 19 days till May 3rd May 2020 lockdown 2.0. The lockdown was again extended until 17 May 2020 lockdown 3 phases, and again continue to 31st May 4 phases of lockdown. Various news reports as well as social media posts indicated that life seems to be returning to the river. India Today 2020, it was reported that the lockdown had improved the health of river Ganga, which many projects of government could not do during the past 2 decades, and it spends 24,000 crore rupees in many projects. A total of 254 projects, 24,000 millions approx have been sanctioned under Namami Gange program for sewage treatment plant, STP plants for rejuvenation of the Ganga. There are 63 sewage at present time. There are 63 sewage management projects which are under implementations, while 12 new sewage projects were completed before the lockdown started. About 30 new STP in Uttarakhand have been installed. 3 STPs or total treatment capacity 38.5 MLD started functioning in Rishikesh upstream of Haridwar from March 20. This research article's aim and objective was effect of COVID-19 pandemic on quality of Ganga river water in Uttarakhand. To calculate the water quality index and find the evidence of improvement river water quality, comparison of physico-chemical parameters as like pH, TDS, conductivity, BOD, COD, and DO in collected Ganga water, and check the variation of microbiological parameters as like NPN count, total coliform count, fecal coliform count, E. coli count, fecal streptococcus count, and also check the antimicrobial susceptibility testing in isolated microbiological status in the Ganga water. This is the material and methods. In this study, this was a longitudinal study. It is research design that involve repeated observations of the same variables. So it is a longitudinal study, and in this study we were collect the sample from 7 collection sites. First site was Devrayag, where the Bhagirathi and Alaknanda joined and mix and make a Ganga. And second collection site was Shivpuri. Third is Lakshman Jhula, Ram Jhula. Fourth, Triveni Ghat, Pashulok Bairaj in front of AIMS Rishikesh. And last collection site was Har Ki Pauri, Haridwar. In the material methods, 2 containers we were used for first container for physicochemical analysis and other containers for the microbiological analysis. Both containers sterile and both containers having triplicate form of water were collected and stored in deep fridge minus 20 degrees centigrade till analysis. This is the collection procedure. And in the physicochemical analysis, 8 parameters we will include: temperature, pH, turbidity, conductivity, dissolved oxygen, TDS, biological oxygen demand, COD. These are the parameters which were using for the checking the quality of water, river water. And in the microbiological analysis, NPN test by the use of culture media, LT, Leroy Trapose broth, double strength and single strength tubes, and this is methods known as serial dilution methods we were used. And for the coliform count and E. coli count, we were used VGBV, brilliant green vial broth, and tryptone water tubes with drum tubes, and fecal coliform count by the confirmatory test, confirmed test by the Escherichia coli broth. And for the isolation of fecal streptococci count and tricocci, we were used agite dextrose broth and confirmed by the vial esculin agar. And also isolate Shigella, Vibrio cholerae, Salmonella fungal culture. These are bacteria. For specific selective medias we were used as like XLD agar, xylose lysine deoxycholate agar, PDA, potato dextrose agar, Sebrod agar for isolation of fungal culture. And these are the result. And this study comparison between the pre-lockdown data and during lockdown data. The pre-lockdown data, 3 samples collected. This was the part of my PhD thesis. So we have the Jan to March 2019 data, microbiological and physicochemical data of Ganga water, and comparison between the during lockdown and different phases, 4 phases, samples collected, and calculate the mean value by the use of graphite prism and Excel. And we were you can see here that not
Prashant, your 7 minutes are up.
And now we are come on the microbiological status. So you can see here in the pre-lockdown NPN count in first and second and third, 4 collection sites, no microbiological indicators like coliform count not found. But in the Rishikesh region, pre-lockdown 1100 NPN count, and during lockdown 453 NPN count, and totally 50% of reduction of the microbial count, coliform count found in the during lockdown stage. And these are the histogram and hierarchy charts, different physicochemical testing. And now and we found antibiotic susceptibility testing, and we found resistant less antibiotic resistance present in the Ganga water isolated microbes. And in the discussion part, our study aimed to bring out the effect of lockdown on the water of Ganga river in Uttarakhand. This study mainly focused on the effect of lockdown on the water quality of river Ganga. Result of the study intelligibly announced that there was significant devolution in water pollution indicates during this lockdown. These results of the study are similar to other studies. Discussion continue. A lot of reports showing improvement of water quality river like Hindan, Yamuna, Kaveri, and improvement during lockdown. There was also reduction of bacteriological count in the Ganga river during the lockdown, while aerosol level over the endo-gangrenic plain reported 20-year low during the lockdown due to the restriction of industries.
Prashant, your time is over. You can stop now.
one minute, sir. This is the conclusion. Our study indicates that all parameters of water quality assess have significantly improved. That is, has shown that Ganga purified increased very fast. It showed a positive angle of lockdown COVID-19 on nature. The government of India has spent thousands of crore rupees on many cleaning programs for euthanization of Ganga. Ganga has not yet been completed clean. But research give the message if the rules have to be strictly followed by the public, and then Ganga may be clean very fast. Thank you.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं होगा, बस तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी.
Any question from audience?
Any question from audience?
Balram, I think he has already used up all his time. I think he should just move on, because one of the things that students should
We will
learn
move
is
to the
that
next. We will move to the next.
next. Yes, because he did not really allow himself time for interaction.
Why? Okay. I'm not asking anything because it seems by mistake he has presented in this session. He was not supposed to present in this antimicrobial resistance session. So,
you can.
So this is the mistake by the organizers. So,
in fact,
because this topic is not. That is why I clarified that whether it is on antimicrobial resistance. This session is on antimicrobial resistance.
Yeah, madam, you are correct, madam. It was by mistake, and the other candidate has presented in the wrong session. So they are just switched off their presentation. Dr. Shweta will be presenting in the next.
Okay, doesn't matter. We are not judging him. Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you, madam.
So next candidate is Dr. Shweta Singh. Her talk is on a study on clinical profile and susceptibility patterns of Elizabeth Kingia species from a tertiary care institute of North India. Dr. Shweta?
Has he shared?
Dr. Shweta is there? I don't think so. She is not there. Next, Dr. Ashish. Ashish, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here only.
So you present your and close your all the other mobile devices.
Okay, sir.
Ashish Kothari, PhD scholar from AIIMS Rishikesh. He will be presenting multi-drug resistance among pyocyanin and pyoverdin producing Pseudomonas aeruginosa.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. This is Ashish Kothari.
Dr. Ashish, please all your devices to be kept outside or.
Good morning, everybody. This is Ashish Kothari, presenting my research work, multi-drug resistant amongst pyocyanin, pyoverdin producing Pseudomonas aeruginosa. The supervised study by Dr. Balram Ji Umar, Department of Microbiology, AIIMS Rishikesh. So as we all know about the pigment play a vital role in every living organism. In hemoglobin, there is a globin pigment, which is very important for carrying the oxygen molecule. And in plants, there is chlorophyll, which is very important for synthesis of the food. In same as in bacteria produce a lot of pigment, but still, according to our literature, according to our best of our knowledge, there is less information about the pigments. As some articles show that the pigment play some role in virulence factor, but it is not on the basis of molecular studies. So the pigment in the Pseudomonas aeruginosa produce different kind of pigment, which is the pyoverdin, pyocyanin, pyomelanin, and pyrobrine. So in this study, we selected 100 random isolate from 750 Pseudomonas clinical strains. And the microbiological and antimicrobial susceptibility was done by the microbiological identification of the bacteria was done by Mardi-Toff ID system, and the antibiotic susceptibility test was done by automated system, microscan, walkaways, 96 plus ID system and EST system. the extended spectrum beta-lactamase was done by double disc diffusion method, as well as our automated system microscan. The MIC and the MIC of MBL producing Pseudomonas aeruginosa was done by the E-strip method. Before positive by the rapid carba NP test. So as in this diagram, you can see in the first and second A and B showing a positive result, and C is showing a negative result. And then MC production was done by the E-strip according to manufacturer guidelines. And the efflux mechanism for ciprofloxacin, levofloxacin, and ofloxacin was done by ethium bromide cardwheel methods. In this method, we selected only those stain which came positive through which came positive for ciprofloxacin through automated system. Then we collect those 50 stain and test for a ethidium bromide test, cardwheel test. And the result of the study, the total 100 Pseudomonas aeruginosa selected from 750, randomly selected from 750 clinical strains, 43% were yellow pigmented and 57 were green pigmented. P. aeruginosa was there. So this is a multi-top. This is the phylogenetic tree made on the basis of proteomics data. So in this phylogenetic tree, as you can see, there is a yellow and green that color showing the maximum green pigmented P. aeruginosa was in this category by our phylogenetic tree determination results, by our phylogenetic tree results. So the ESBL producing was detected total 31% out of 100, in which 20 were yellow pigmented and 11 were green pigmented P. aeruginosa. The MBL in case of MBL 7 shows rapid carba NP positive, in which 5 were yellow pigmented and 2 were green pigmented. Same as in camp detection, total 9 bacteria was positive, in which 6 were yellow pigmented and rest of green pigmented. The efflux in case of efflux mechanism, in case of ciprofloxacin resistant mechanism, the total 9 stain were positive through ethidium bromide cardwheel test, in which 9 were yellow pigmented and 9 were yellow pigmented and 1 were green pigmented. The novelty of this research, according to our literature search, this is the first study which showing relation of pigment with multi-drug resistant, relation of different pigment with multi-drug resistant stains. So conclusion of this study, our study determined that ESBL, MBL, and CAMP and efflux mediated resistant mechanism in Pseudomonas isolate is found in high in yellow pigmented as compared to green pigmented. For a pigment production. For pigment production, that pigment is easily to determine by our own on the basis of growth. It is easy to determine, and we can see easily what kind of pigment it is. So if we do some kind of study, some kind of molecular study, on the basis we can suggest on the basis of pigment we can suggest is this multi-drug resistant or it is non-drug resistant on the basis of pigment. So there is a molecular study need to be do in this area, which define the molecular mechanism of pigment production and its relation with the antibiotic susceptibility patterns. Thank you, everybody.
We can.
Yes. Is there any question?
Yeah, I have some questions for you.
Vimla,
sorry, ma'am, you are not audible actually.
Dr. Champa, please ask your question. I'll ask it afterwards. Please ask.
Okay. Okay. So Dr. Ashish. Dr. Ashish. Am I audible? Ashish?
Hello.
Hello.
Ashish?
Yeah. So
Hello.
Ashish? Yeah, Ashish, I want to ask you. I don't know whether
Hello.
Can you stop sharing this slide? Then I think we can see. I'm not able to see anyone.
अरे बोलो ना उसको फोन करके
ये तो हो नहीं रहा है कुछ.
I think he's not able to get us or
नेटवर्क.
Yeah. वो hello.
आशीष आंसर करो आंसर. आशीष तुम मेरे साइड में आओ फिर यहाँ से आंसर करो. फास्ट कम फास्ट विद इन 30 सेकंड. कहाँ पर हो?
But even supervisors को हम बोलेंगे कि ये अवार्ड सेशन में यूजुअली वी डू नॉट डिस्क्लोज कि कौन से जगह से है, कौन सुपरवाइजर है, ये सब चीज हम लोग नहीं उसमें दिखाते हैं अवार्ड सेशन.
यस यस.
ये एकदम क्योंकि आफ्टर ऑल वी आर ऑल कलीग्स सो वी शुड नॉट who is our student that should not have been disclosed.
From my side it is totally
फ्री पेपर सेशन में ठीक है, लेकिन अवार्ड सेशन में तो यूजुअली यही था एटलीस्ट till.
Hello, ma'am. Sorry for interruption, ma'am. Actually, the voice is not audible.
So now it's audible?
Yeah, ma'am. It is audible now.
Okay. I want to ask you, how did you define your multi-drug resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa?
Ma'am, on the basis of three drugs.
On what basis?
On the
which 3 drugs?
On the basis of carbapenem, penicillin, cephalosporin, and quinolone.
Penicillin you took for Pseudomonas? You took penicillin susceptibility for Pseudomonas?
Yeah, ma'am. Penicillin group of antibiotics.
Okay, Dr. Ashish.
Yes, ma'am.
I also have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we have very little time, I think just ask one question. How did you determine your pigment production? What was the way you determined your pigment production?
Ma'am, on the basis of growth, ma'am, if there is a green pigment, growth on ma'am, nutrient agar, ma'am.
Nutrient agar. Okay. Are you a first year PhD student?
No, ma'am, 3rd year, ma'am.
You must know a lot more about Pseudomonas and its pigment producing abilities. Is this your PhD topic or is this some side work?
Ma'am, Pseudomonas, multi-drug resistant Pseudomonas is my molecular method of multi-drug resistant.
Dr. Shampa asked you a very basic question. We expect you to have a little more awareness of Pseudomonas and its pigment producing abilities and about its intrinsic resistance. Dr. Barnali, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to ask one question. ESBL detection you have done by double disc method. So is there any guideline for Pseudomonas aeruginosa for ESBL detection in by CLSI for Pseudomonas aeruginosa?
Yes, ma'am. We did by automated method in which we see
you say that double disc method also you have used.
Yes, ma'am. We did actually basically we focused on ma'am automated method. Ma'am, there is a report generated.
And one thing, I mean, this is besides You are everywhere you have written Pseudomonas P is small. It should have been, I mean, this is a very basic mistake which I've made. It should not have been P. P is should be capital, isn't it? When you write Pseudomonas P aeruginosa, you have written with a small p everywhere. So you should take care of this. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Shall we move to the next candidate, ma'am?
Yeah, sure, we should.
Shweta has joined, so maybe we can finish with the presentation. It looks like she's here. I can see a Shweta thing showing up.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes.
Dr. Balram, can you put her on?
Should I share the screen, ma'am?
Yeah, you can share.
You can share, and maybe one of the
Somebody is.
Ma'am, shall we just start, because otherwise we'll just
She's I think this is the only other competitor, or there is one more, I don't know. I was told there are 3. Okay.
Ma'am, should I start?
Yes.
Oh, okay. A very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Shweta Singh, Senior Resident, SGPGI Lucknow. The topic of my today's oral presentation is a study on clinical profiles and susceptibility pattern of Elizabeth Kingia species from a tertiary care institute of North India. Starting with the introduction, Elizabeth Kingia is a ubiquitous gram-negative rod and is non-motile, non-fermenter, oxidase as well as catalase positive. It is implicated in a wide range of infections in both neonates as well as adults. In neonates, it is known to cause meningitis, pneumonia, bacteremia, and sepsis. The meningitis caused by Elizabeth Kingia meningoseptica is known to have a mortality rate of approximately 57%, and hydrocephalus, deafness, developmental delay are seen as late sequelae of the infection. It is pathogenic in both immunocompetent as well as immunocompromised patients, and the infection is usually nosocomially acquired. This species shows a unique sensitivity pattern and is sensitive to only a few routinely used antibiotics like piperacillin, tazobactam, and minocycline. Most common species encountered is meningoseptica. The other named species, which are less commonly seen in neonates, are Anopheles endophytica miricola. Literature search reveals very scarce studies and case reports on this rare opportunistic pathogen in the healthcare settings, and there is a dire need to study this pathogen in greater detail in a developing country like India. With these aims and objectives, we planned the study for a time span of 2 years, and with considerable number of these isolates in clinical specimens, we tried to assess the demographic profile, clinical picture, sensitivity pattern, species identification, as well as follow-up of these cases. Material and methods. The study setting, it was an observational study and undertaken for a period of 2 years from June 2018 to 20. Inclusion criteria was all positive clinical samples for Elizabeth Kingia. Patients were also categorized according to their various clinical conditions such as VAP, bacteremia, meningitis. Institute's ethical committee permission was taken before the study. Sample processing. Respiratory, CSF, and blood samples from these patients were collected and sent to the microbiology lab of ours for culture and identification. Antibiotic sensitivity testing was performed subsequently by Kirby-Ward distribution method or Muller-Hinton-Agar, and finally by Vitek-2 system. Identification, the conventional methods were used. The bacteria was stained and identified by biochemical test. The most common the biochemical reactions which this bacillus revealed was catalase positive, oxidase positive, non-motile, non-fermenter, mannitol negative, indole weakly positive, triple sugar iron K by K, alkaline by alkaline, and urease was negative. It hydrolyzed as choline and gelatin and did not utilize citrate as the sole source of carbon, and nitrate was not reduced. These are the culture plates of the isolate. Automated method was used. The identity of the bacteria was first tested by Vitek-2 GN card system by bioMérieux and finally confirmed by MALDI of MS. Identification by multitude of MS was based on a Ceramis database amended with Elizabeth Kingia species spectra provided to bioMérieux, and hence the results of this multitof was taken as confirmatory in the case of discordance of results. Patient follow-up was also planned in terms of comorbidities, type of infection, use of invasive procedures, hospital stay, duration, and the outcomes. Follow-up of the patient was recorded from OPD. Statistical analysis was done using the SPSS software. Categorical data was described using numbers and percentages. Logistic regression was used for assessing the risk factors and comorbidities. P-values less than 0.05 was taken as significant. Coming to the results, over a period of 2 years, Elizabeth Kingia species was isolated in 27 patients. Among these 27, 19 were adults and 8 were neonates. Comorbidities were associated with all 19 adult cases of Elizabeth Kingia infection. Hypertension and diabetes were the predominant ones, followed by hematological malignancies, lung diseases, and COPD. Among the 8 neonates, 2 were diagnosed with anemia and neonatal jaundice, 4 were premature, and rest were normal. Maximum isolates were cultured from blood, followed by tracheal aspirate and bronchoalveolar lavage, and remaining from CSF. Bacteremia and sepsis was finally diagnosed in 47%, VAP and LRTI with pneumothorax in 36%, 15% as meningitis with intracerebral hemorrhage. All the patients with underlying hematological malignancies developed the infection after the induction dose of chemotherapy. 7 patients required mechanical ventilation after clinical deterioration in their symptoms, while 9 patients had a history of central or peripheral line insertion at the time of sepsis or bacteremia. Average duration of hospital stay was 28 days, ranging from 10 to 45 days, and the mean time of development of infection was 16 days. 40% cases showed concomitant growth of other pathogens as well. Gram-negative bacilli were the predominant ones. Elizabeth Kingia meningoseptica was seen in 66% cases and Anopheles in approximately 33% cases. This table shows that multitude of MS identified correctly 100% of all the cases of meningoseptica as well as Anopheles, while VITEC2 misidentified the 2 isolates of Anopheles. The clinical details of the neonates with Elizabeth Kingia isolates showed that all the samples were collected mainly from blood and CSF, and the majority showed meningoseptica. AST testing was done of these isolates, and they revealed in vitro resistance to the fluoroquinolone antibiotics, as we all know. Ciproflox and levoflox were resistant in 100% of the cases. Cotrimoxazole was sensitive in 33%, cefoperazone sulbactam in 38%, tricarcillin clavulinate in 48%. Drugs such as minocycline and piperacillin tazobactam showed 100% sensitivity. Vancomycin was also tested by e-test and showed 27% sensitivity in meningoseptica and 32% in Anopheles. Follow-up was done of the patients, and outcome of the infection was seen as 6 out of 26 patients expired during the hospital stay, while rest 20 were discharged in good state with advice for routine follow-up in the OPD. 1 adult patient left the hospital against medical advice, and so the follow-up could not be done. Hence, favorable outcome was seen in approx 76% of the cases with timely institution of diagnosis and antibiotics. Discussion part. These species colonize the patients via contaminated medical devices involving fluids, respirator, intubation tubes, mist tents, humidifiers. In neonates, the colonization of incubators, ice chests, and syringes has been documented. As seen by previous studies, Anopheles was often misidentified as meningoseptica. So in this case, VITEC and multitof play a crucial role for identification. This is a sturdy pathogen showing resistance to a wide variety of drugs, including the beta-lactam antibiotics. This widespread resistance is due to the production of metallo-beta-lactamases like BLA-B and genes, conferring the ability to degrade most of the beta-lactam antibiotics. The predominant sample showing culture positivity in our case was blood sample, followed by respiratory samples like BAL and tracheal aspirate. And these findings are supported by similar studies by Chang et al., which also reported predominant species in blood, and also at one study by Ames Delhi, which also reported maximum positivity in BAL samples and blood and CSF. Mortality rate due to other studies shows that it ranges from 21 to 52%. In a study by Venkatesh et al., the mortality was around 30.8%, and by Lin et al., it was around 41%. Our study showed favorable outcome in 76% of the cases. On stratifying the mortality according to the clinical condition of the patient, maximum mortality was noted in bloodstream infections among the adult population and in meningitis in the pediatric age group. Coming to the conclusion, Multiple risk factors like indwelling catheters, venous line insertion, irrational and prolonged use of broad-spectrum antibiotics, pre-existing comorbidities have led to the increasing cases of Elizabeth Kingia these days. Microbiologists as well as clinicians have to play an active and enthusiastic role for timely identification and treatment of this multi-drug resistant pathogen. Very few studies and isolated case reports have been published in the past of this organism. Therefore, the current study with the large number of isolates over a 2-year time period is an effort to study and assess the clinical as well as demographic profile of the infections caused by various Elizabeth Kingia isolates. Detailed studies and research work is required in the future to understand the pathogenesis of this opportunistic pathogen as well as its impact on the healthcare settings. These are my references. Thank you.
Dr.
Who should ask first?
Shampa, are you asking any question?
Okay.
Dr. Shampa?
I'll ask. Yeah, I'm asking one question.
Yes,
Dr. Shweta.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you test? Okay, first of all, without Malditov and Vitek, are we able to identify this organism phenotypically as Elizabeth Kingia, or we require Malditov to confirm the diagnosis? I mean, is it possible to identify this organism even without Malditov? That is what I'm asking.
Even without Malditov and other automated methods, it is difficult because this organism is oxidase positive, catalase positive, non-fermenter. So it can be misidentified as either Acinetobacter or non-fermenter, or if it is oxidase positive, then Pseudomonas or Burkholderia. So we need Malditov for identification and Vitek.
Okay, so without that, it is not possible. We definitely need Malditov. Why did you do vancomycin susceptibility testing?
Ma'am, because some previous studies and case reports, they showed that the organism is susceptible to vancomycin, and the outcome was also good in those studies. So we also tried in some patients, and we noted that vancomycin was sensitive in approx 20-25% of the patients, and they did better with this. Although vancomycin should not be given, but some studies were shown. So I started testing vancomycin, and we talked to the clinician, and they gave vancomycin in some cases, and they noted some favorable outcome in some patients.
So did you follow these patients with their treatment, like whether they were responding to treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
Or
yes, ma'am.
You followed them.
Yes,
okay, Dr. Vimla, you can ask.
I mean, the wards in the ICU, I went there and talked to the patient.
Would it be possible that the vancomycin was actually treating some hidden gram-positive infection which you did not detect in the lab, rather than actually acting on Elizabeth A?
Ma'am,
could it be possible that there could be, is it a possibility that the Elizabeth A kidney was side isolate, you isolated it, but there was actually a hidden gram-positive?
We also thought so, ma'am.
Are you 100% sure? You isolate in the lab is the only thing affecting the patient. Can you ever be sure of that?
Ma'am,
clinical response may not be a good way to determine that a drug will be effective. Anyway, this is just a comment. I have 2 more questions for you. How many of your patients had multiple isolates? Meaning that did you actually find in the same patient from blood and endotracheal tube, or was it only one isolate per patient? What was your
ma'am, in approx 55% of the cases, I observed concomitant growth of Elizabeth Kingia in both blood as well as respiratory samples in web patients.
So when you show them to us as 1 or 2 isolates?
Ma'am, 1 isolate.
So
from a single
blood isolate as 1.
From a single patient, only 1. I counted it as 1 from a single patient if both the specimens are positive.
But did you show us this data and how many you had concomitant growth? No, I don't think
I showed in children, neonates. I showed that graph. The time was less, so I could not extrapolate it.
Okay. Second, do you think you have an ongoing outbreak of Elizabeth, because you seem to have a fair number of isolates from children? And was this an outbreak type situation?
No, ma'am, because approx the isolates which we got. Ma'am, approx
an
the
endemic pathogen?
nosocomially acquired, ma'am. No, ma'am, not endemic. Ma'am, these isolates, 27. These 27 isolates I got in the time period of 2 years, ma'am. And in approx, if I can say, in 1 month, we in approx 2 months we got the cases as 1 or 2 or sometimes 3, and from different wards also, ma'am, not from the same ward.
So
Some in
where do you
adult
think
patients.
the organism? Where do you think it is coming from?
Ma'am, it can be from the indwelling catheters, because some of my patients were on central line, venous line, and IV fluid.
Indwelling catheter comes from somewhere, right? Just a query, Dr. Shweta. You don't have to get upset about it. I'm just trying to ask you to figure out where do you
No, ma'am,
think the
no, ma'am. You
organism
need to
is
ask.
coming from.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have some historical data or anything, or only after your MALDI was installed you were able to detect these organisms?
Ma'am,
So I think this is true for all of us.
Ma'am,
right?
before MALDI, I
That we are
think
only
we
detecting
misidentified the pathogen. After MALDI, we tried to assess the pathogen and we got Elizabeth Kingia. So we are thinking in the past we must have missed some cases also, because it is not
Might
easy to
have
identify.
missed, right. So your gold standard was mild, right?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
your study, your
Yes,
gold
ma'am.
standard was mild. Since your gold standard is MALDI, it would be wrong to say that MALDI correctly identified, because you don't know if your gold standard is accurate. That nobody can know. So either you do some molecular study and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
say your MALDI is always accurate. But once you've used it as a gold standard, then you don't say that MALDI correctly identified. You just say MALDI identified, and that was your gold standard. But otherwise, you've done a good job. Thank you, Dr. Shweta. Dr. Barnali?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Sweta, as per your study, what should be the drug of choice you recommend for Elizabeth, if any infection by Elizabeth Kingia?
Ma'am, the drug of choice as seen by my study and previous studies, the drug which was most effective was minocycline along with piperacillin tazobactam, and also in some cases we can go for cotrimoxazole and cifoperazone sulbactam, but the gold standard should be, ma'am, the drug of choice should be minocycline and piperacillin tazobactam, because it showed maximum sensitivity in isolates, in almost 100% of the isolates.
Okay, thank you. Over to
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Balram, are you there? Shall we close this?
Ma'am, we'll close this session because our next participant is not there. He didn't log in. I mean, he didn't log in, ma'am. So we'll
Only
come
two
over
people.
here, ma'am.
And how do we give the marks?
Ma'am, marks
We submit individually.
Yes,
Or we can discuss and come to.
Ma'am, you can discuss in, among all these judges and then send the marks. And if you find
then
maybe the
you can put up if no one is suitable.
Can you ask the participants?
Yeah, all the
Can
others
you
should
ask
leave.
all the participants?
Yeah.
Only 3 of us will be
Yes,
here
ma'am.
and the
Yes, ma'am.
organizer.
Ma'am, everybody leave, please. Everybody, please kindly exit, except judges and host.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Gaurav, leave, please.
Gaurav, please leave. अंबर सर वो एग्जिट कर दीजिए.
Even Dr. Manodeep is here, I think.
Manodeep, please. अभी तो ना उसमें ये है ना. मैम इसमें वो एक्चुअली इनॉग्रेशन इसी हॉल से है. तो एवरीबॉडी.
हाँ. तो क्या करें अभी?
मैम आप लोग फोन से बात
करें. अपना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है तो हमारा तो आई थिंक काफी क्लियर ही है ना डॉक्टर. आई मीन इट्स प्रीटी क्लियर, सो आई डोंट थिंक
मैम इंडिविजुअल भेज दीजिए व्हाट्सएप पे मेरे को या डॉक्टर योगेंद्र को भेज
हम
दें।
एक ग्लोबल बना के ना, टोटल बना के तुमको व्हाट्सएप कर देते हैं।
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
So we will WhatsApp to Balram ji sir.
Yes, ma'am.
ओके ओके, ठीक ठीक ठीक।
Thank you,
चलो।
ma'am.
ओके मैम। मैम उठ जाता हूँ। थैंक यू मैम।
तीनों का नाम एक बार बता दो बलराम। डॉक्टर
एक आशीष, आशीष एंड श्वेता।
आशीष एंड
आशीष इज द सुडोमोनास एंड श्वेता इज पहला वाला तो नहीं था, he was not a competitor.
हाँ, he was
not a competitor. He just was given a chance.
हाँ, हमको आशीष और श्वेता में
राइट
दोनों के बीच में पता।
यस मैम। मैम अभी इनॉग्रेशन है, आप लॉग इन रहिएगा प्लीज।
ओके।
नेक्स्ट सेशन की ड्राइंग कर रहे हैं तो मैंने से कहते थे नेक्स्ट सेशन पर्सन से ड्राइंग करना शुरू कर देंगे मनोज सर वगैरह में।
कोई बात नहीं, अब तो तुम हॉल 2 में कराओ, उससे पूछ लो।
इससे
यहाँ से
सर वो शिवांग
मेरा तो 12 का टाइम दे दो,
12
से सवा 12
ओरेशन खत्म हुआ तब टाइम दे देंगे, उनसे बता दो।
सर पैनल डिस्कशन तो 11 बजे।
पैनल
11 बजे आ गया।
पैनल
तो
डिस्कशन
पहले से टाइम दिया था सर।
11 बजे का कौन सा पैनल डिस्कशन?
11 से 12 का पैनल डिस्कशन का टाइम।
आपने दिया
4 बजे से टाइम कहाँ है?
वो 11 से पैनल डिस्कशन।
हर्ष अभी मैं शाम को बात करूँगा जरा सा। अभी कोई यार मेरा ना कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रहा है ना। हॉल 1 सर, डायरेक्टर साहब हैं मैम? 10 बजे साहब मैम डायरेक्टर साहब के रूम पे आना है। ठीक है, ठीक है, तो मेरे को हाँ मैं भी उधर ही आ जाता हूँ।
सर वो आप हो गया।
तो बातें कर रहे नहीं है, इसीलिए करते हैं ना कि केवल ना उनको भेज दिया था।
Technical team, am I audible to you?
सर 11 बजे 11 से कैसे हो सकता है? ऑपरेशन कब कराओगे? ऐसी बातें कर
माइक के कारण ब्लैंक हो गया।
अबे तो कहते नहीं मैडम, जब 2 बार
Good morning, one and all. We are delighted to have all of you among us. On behalf of all the members and the organizing team of the 17th UP UK MICROCON, we would like to extend our warmest welcome and good wishes. I would request our organizing chairperson to deliver her welcome address in the inaugural function.
Thank you, Dr. Vanya. A very good morning to all. On behalf of Department of Microbiology, AIMS Rishikesh, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 17th UP UK MICROCON 2021. Like in all academic functions, we perform the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony and seek the blessings of the Almighty. I request the dignity of our guest of honor, Professor Manoj Gupta, to light the lamp and start the inaugural function. On behalf of our executive committee members and the organizing committee members of AIMS Rishikesh, I welcome our chief guest, Professor Ravi Kant, Director and CEO, AIMS Rishikesh, our guest of honor, Professor Manoj Gupta, Dean Academics, AIMS Rishikesh, President, Dr. Mastan Singh, and Secretary, Dr. Rumai Smarak of UP UK IIM, all distinguished guests, dear delegates, welcome to the holy city of Rishikesh, which is nursed in the foothills of the mighty Himalayas. I welcome you all to the academic event with the theme on epidemic-prone infectious diseases of relevance in the current scenario. Epidemics and pandemics have troubled human lives and property from time to time. Through our education, technology, and economy, we have improved considerably to handle these episodes. The COVID-19 pandemic has uprooted even the developed nations. In this scenario, it only became relevant to discuss infectious diseases and how to effectively diagnose and manage them. Through our workshop, we aim to cover important diagnostic methodologies like the CBNAT, MALDI-TOF, TMA-based COVID-19 diagnosis, and basics of sequencing technology. We have included infectious diseases relevant to the present era in our scientific program. We hope for a fruitful participation from all of you and take quality knowledge from our speakers and panelists. We hope that you learn from each other. There is also an exciting quiz for the young enthusiastic students. We hope this conference will be an enjoyable experience for everyone. Dr. Vanya.
Now I welcome our guest of honor, chief guest, all dignitaries, faculty, and all the delegate members to kindly for the lighting of lamp.
Dr. Vanya, the lighting of lamp is already over.
I'm so sorry. Kindly all now we have to
request
release the
our UP UK chapter secretary, Dr. Rumai Ismarak, to please give a brief description of the Indian Association of Medical Microbiologists, UP and UK chapter. Dr. Rumai, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you,
please,
madam.
hand over to you.
Yeah. A very good morning to you all. Respected Professor Ravi Kant, the Director and CEO of our Honorable Chief Guest of the inaugural function, Professor Manoj Gupta, the Dean of AIIMS Rishikesh, Professor Mastan Singh, our President of the Association of Medical Microbiologists, UP UK Chapter IAMM, Professor G.C. Upadhyay, our Vice President and President-elect of the Association, Professor Pratima Gupta, the Chairperson of the conference, and Professor Balramji Omar, the Organizing Secretary of the conference. All the dignitaries, as well as all the members of AAMM, UP UK chapter of IMM, and delegates attending the conference. I bring warm greetings to you all and send my heartiest congratulations to the Department of Microbiology for organizing the 17th E-Conference of AAMM UP chapter IAAM, MICROCON 2021 at AIIMS Rishikesh from 22nd to 23rd March 2021. And they also organized 5 interesting pre-conference workshops on the 22nd of March. The founding members of IAM, that is the Indian Association of Medical Microbiologists from Uttar Pradesh, felt the need that microbiologists of Uttar Pradesh should have their own local chapter of the Indian Association of Medical Microbiologists so that experts in the field and the budding microbiologists could meet once a year, present their research work and share their experiences and encourage younger colleagues. The first conference of IAM UP chapter was held at IMS BHU, which was hosted by the Department of Microbiology in 2004. And later, it was named the Association of Medical Microbiologists, UP UK chapter of IAM. Over the years, the annual conference has been held every year. From a handful of life members initially, the association has grown over the years to more than 200 life members and about 50 annual members during this conference. I welcome all the life members and the new annual members to the association. The theme of the conference, epidemic-prone infectious diseases of relevance in current scenario, the theme being very apt for this year's conference with a current ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has shown the importance and the role of clinical microbiologists in the investigation of outbreaks, rapid diagnosis, and prevention of the spread of fatal infectious diseases. All medical fraternity, and especially the medical microbiologists over the world, played an important and active role during this ongoing pandemic. Great minds in the field of microbiology from all corners of the state and experts in the field from other states as well as the world over have come as resource persons along with young budding microbiologists and scientists, which they have been brought under the same roof during this conference. And this conference will create awareness and keep abreast with the newer technologies and the diagnostics in the field of clinical microbiology amongst working medical professionals. This occasion also brings together the leading microbiologists as well as other medical experts together in the better understanding of current trends in the diagnosis of infectious disease and their management. On behalf of the association and the organizing committee of the conference, I cordially invite you all to actively participate in this conference and share your scientific work and experiences. I once again congratulate Dr. Pratima Gupta and Dr. Balramji Omar and their whole team who have worked very hard to make it a success, and most of all, the delegates and the participants of this conference for making this conference a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rungmai. Now I would request our guest of honor, Professor Manoj Gupta sir, to release the souvenir. Some clapping would be very encouraging. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would request Dr. Rungmai to announce the recipient of the prestigious Dr. UC Chaturvedi Oration Award for the year 2021. Dr. Rungmai, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. UC Chaturvedi, an eminent medical microbiologist from Uttar Pradesh, as we know, the former professor and head of the Department of Microbiology, King George Medical University. And this award, Oration Award, was established in 2008 by Dr. Chaturvedi to award this oration for an eminent microbiologist in the field from the state of Uttar Pradesh. It is now a real pleasure to introduce our Dr. UC Chaturvedi Oration Awardee for the year 2021. And this year we have the society has awarded this Dr. UC Chaturvedi Award to Professor Vijay Lakshmi Nag, who is the professor and HOD of Department of Microbiology, AIIMS, Jodhpur. So we honor you, madam, with a shawl and the gold medal.
Clapping to encourage, ma'am. Congratulations, madam.
We now congratulate you. I shall now read the citation. Professor Vijay Lakshmi Nag, a woman of virtue, of simplicity and dedication, is being awarded the prestigious Dr. UC Chaturvedi Oration Award for the year 2021 for exemplary contribution in the field of microbiology. After a stint of serving in the Adivasi area of Odisha, she pursued clinical, laboratory, and teaching and other academic activities for more than 30 years in various capacities. She is indeed an inspiration to our young faculty and residents. She started her professional journey by completing her graduation from King George Medical College, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh in 1985, and did her post-graduation from the same prestigious institute in 1990. She joined as senior research fellow ICMR at AIIMS New Delhi in 1991, and later as senior medical officer in 1992. Later on in 1993, she joined as a lecturer at MKKGC Medical College at Berhampur, Odisha until 1998. With her continued desire to actively involve with academics, she joined the prestigious Sanjay Gandhi Institute, Lucknow, as senior resident in 1998. In the year 1999, she was appointed as assistant professor of KG Medical College of Lucknow, and later she switched over as professor and HOD of AIIMS Jodhpur in the year 2013. As a head of the vaccine division in the National Institute of Biologicals, Noida, she was engaged with quality control of vaccines and biologicals and the lot release, which is a WHO accredited laboratory. And she is a true academician and researcher par excellence, with her areas of interest in virology, hospital infection control, and antibiotic resistance. She is the founder head of the microbiology department of AIIMS Jodhpur, which she started from a grassroots level to the present stature of the international repute, offering teaching, training, and research activities for DM, MD, PDCC, MBBS, and BSc nursing students. She's a principal coordinator, Mentor Institute, AIMS, Jodhpur for SARS-CoV-2 RT-PCR laboratory work networking in the state of Rajasthan and Gujarat, as well as ILQC activities and rapid antigen kit validation center for SARS-CoV-2 under the ICMR. Under this network, she has mentored 95 RT-PCR laboratories in the state of Rajasthan and Gujarat. And more recently, she got selected for the prestigious post of the full-time member in the Ethics and Medical Registration Board of National Medical Mission for 4 years term. This is really commendable, madam. And subsequently, she joined, and she is continuing as a post of it as professor and HOD of AIMS Jodhpur. She has been instrumental with the lead role in establishing various specialized centers like regional level viral research and diagnostic laboratory with funding of more than 14 crores from the Department of Health and Research, and the creation of the BSL 3 facility in the laboratory. Apart from the above credentials, she has created the Regional Center for Antimicrobial Resistance, which is funding from the ICMR, strengthening laboratory capabilities for hospital infection control, CDC project funding of more than 50 lakhs, strengthening the laboratory capabilities for rabies diagnosis, which was funded by the NCDC, initiated the Integrated Counseling and Testing Center for sexually transmitted infections, and directly observed treatment short course therapy for DOTS under RNTCP at AIMS Jodhpur. She has played a pivotal role being an technical expert for International GAPS, which is Born Healthy Project, Seattle 2018, and the situation analysis of maternal infections in Rajasthan, India. She has extensively administrative experience from the dean, in the form of dean, the vice dean research, the head of the Department of Microbiology, the head of vaccine division, NIB, NIDA, and in charge of different clinical and quality control laboratories, the nodal officer and chairperson and principal investigator of various extramural research projects at AIMS Jodhpur. She has been credited with more than 150 publications in international and national journals of repute, of which she has also presented 104 abstract publications. She's credited with 38 extramural intramural projects which are completed as well as ongoing. And she has been guide and co-guide to more than 40 MD student theses, 6 PhD students, and 18 MSc research projects. She has participated as invited faculty as well as delegate in 150 national and international conferences, workshops, CMAs, and presented her remarkable research work. She has received a Lifetime Achievement Award in Health and Medical Sciences for the contribution and achievement in the field of microbiology, VIVA Awards in 2019. In 2019 at Chennai, she also organized CMEs as organizing secretary at AIMS Jodhpur and participated in organizing of the national conferences, CMEs, and workshops as organizing chairperson or as a chairperson. She is well trained in various aspects of microbiology, the quality control of biologicals and research methodology. At present, she is a member of 10 scientific national and international societies and a reviewer of 18 journals, and has acted as a lead guest editor of International Journal. She has also initiated the Indian Association of Tropical Parasitology, IATP, at Rajasthan chapter, and as the president of this chapter. As a part of public welfare activity, she has organized and given public awareness lectures in All India Radio, the television programs in various health topics. She is also invited as speaker by the CDC for the webinar on SARS-CoV and has co-opted member of the Indian Stoma Society and presented the society in Japan. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nag is a life member of the UP UK chapter, which is now the AAM. She's a very simple person and a thorough professional, a team leader and a team member who is dedicated and always eager to keep abreast with the recent advances and makes continuous endeavor for the progress of microbiology. She has indeed proven her worth as a distinguished faculty, experienced researcher, along with a dedicated commitment to her family. She is always smiling and happy, and I wish her all the best in her future life as well as in her future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to present the Dr. UC Chaturvedi Oration Recipient Award for 2021, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nag. Can we give a round of applause?
Thank you, Dr. Rumel. I would now request our president of IAMM UP UK chapter, Dr. Masan Singh, to give his address.
Actually, he hasn't joined. Actually, he is in COVID. So I will request Vice President of the association, Dr. Upadhyay, to bless us with his words.
Organizing committee chief guest of this conference, Dr. Ravi. Organizing committee chairperson, Dr. Pratima Gupta. Organizing secretary, Dr. Balram. I wish the conference a great success. And Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nag, who is delivering the prestigious UC Chaturvedi Oration lecture. And I will request her to deliver the lecture. Thank you.
So we will have the oration after this session.
Okay.
So we continue with the proceedings. I will request our chief guest to deliver his, give his blessings. Professor Manoj Gupta, our Dean Academics. So please have a patient hearing. He's a good, very good orator. Please.
Good morning, and let me clarify that I am not the chief guest. In fact, chief guest is Professor Ravi Khan, our director, and he is out of station due to some official work, so he could not attend this inauguration function. So a warm welcome to all the speakers, the guests, and the participants of this conference. And my heartiest congratulations to Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nag for awarding the oration. Let me share that Dr. Vijay Lakshmi is my batchmate, so I am really very happy that this year the oration has been awarded to Professor Vijay Lakshmi Nag. And as ma'am rightly said, she is a very simple lady, down to earth. So my heartiest congratulations. Now, this CME is basically on infectious disease in the backlight of this pandemic, and I think the topic is very, very relevant. In fact, if I say that lately we were not giving much attention on infectious disease, we were giving more attention on non-communicable disease like cancer, stroke, or blood pressure, or cardiac diseases. But this pandemic has taught us that infectious disease still poses a very huge, problem to this world. And it has taught us that infectious disease can kill more number of persons per year as compared to communicable diseases combined together. I'm pretty sure that after this pandemic, I think the policy of the government will be changed, and they will put more attention to tackle with the infectious disease in a more effective way. And as I said, that the world was not prepared for this pandemic. The situation in our country was even worse, which can be reflected from the fact that in the beginning of pandemic, we were having just one laboratory to test for the COVID-19 with few thousands of the tests per day. But today we have more than 11 lakhs tests capacity to be performed per day. So India has really done a great job in combating this pandemic. I would also like to mention about the Department of Microbiology at AIIMS Rishikesh, that they have done a wonderful job in curbing this pandemic, and they really have played a very important role during this pandemic, and the credit goes to head of the department, Dr. Pratima Gupta, and all her team. So my heartiest congratulations to my head of the department, Professor Pratima Gupta, and her team. With these words, I wish that this CME is going to benefit the participant immensely, and I wish this CME a great success. Thank you very much, and over to Pratima ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of encouragement and appreciation. I would now request Dr. Balramji Omar, the organizing secretary of this conference, to deliver his vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. A warm and cherished morning to all delegates. I am really honored by blessings and presence of most. He's our director. He's not here, but he's always present in our heart. So we are blessed by his blessings. Professor Dr. Ravi Kant, he is also CEO of AIIMS Rishikesh. I thank to him, and we are very honored for the presence of very humble and very academic oriented Dean Academics, Professor Manoj Gupta. Thank you, sir, for your presence, and also for giving us opportunity to organize 17th UP UK MICROCON 2021 by the Department of Microbiology at AIIMS Rishikesh, and they were very kind to accept our proposal in one go. They helped each and every time we came. They were always available. So I thank both of them for that. And I also extend my thanks to Dr. Mastan Singh sir, the president of AMM UPI UK chapter, and Dr. GC Upadhyay, vice president of AMM. And he is also, Dr. Upadhyay is now also the president elect for this year. So I congratulate him also. And I am really blessed to both of them to have my teachers as well. I was both of them taught us in the UG and PG. So thank you, sir. And I thank our secretary, Dr. Rangmai Marak, madam, who is a fast responder. And she was ready to take all the problems at the same time. She was responding and helping us all. Thank you, madam. I also thank Dr. Gopal Nath, Dr. Rahul Goyal, Dr. Ujla, Dr. Pradyot, who were always present as a back support in guiding us through the intricacies of making this microcon from skeletal form to living form. So thank you, all of you. I'm also thankful to our speakers and chairpersons who were really busy in this COVID days in their COVID labs and all the microbiological investigation, and for accepting our invitation. Thank you all. The event like this need a planning of bird's eye detail. We are being fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues in our department of microbiology at AIIMS Rishikesh, who know their job and they were result oriented. I first to thank our HOD, Madam Dr. Pratima, who's running all the day with the ideas and action. Always, whenever we talk to her, she was present there. And Dr. Neelam Kayastha, Madam, who inspired us in designing and even loaned her own faculty room to us for making the conference secretariat. Thank you, Madam. Dr. Yogendra Mathuria, who is the scientific chairperson and our souvenir designer. Dr. Deep Jyoti Kalita, who has conducted the various workshop. He was the workshop coordinator. Dr. Mohit, our treasurer, Sara paisa इन्हीं के पास है, इसलिए we are thankful, and he will give us also I think for all the society also. Dr. Amber, Dr. Biswi Sahu, these are the young faculties who have worked day and night, round the clock. They were available and coordinating everything. I am also very thankful to Dr. Vanya, Dr. Arpana, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Shashi Rekha, Dr. Jitendra, Diksha, Anshu, Gaurav, Ashish. These are all postgraduate and PhD students of our institute who were actually, they were backbone of all this conference. And all our postgraduate was also working day and night to send you the link for the coordination with the different chairperson and speakers. And I also thankful to our staff, Ankur, Neeraj, Himanshu, Raman, and Ravinder from IT, and all the technician staff who were there always helping us. with the enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. They were actually paid elements of backbone of this workshop and conference. उनके बिना हो नहीं पाता मैडम लोग. I also thank our various channel partners of workshop. They include the Hemogenomics, Biomerio, Orthoclinical Diagnostics, CPC, Revive Healthcare, Beckman Coulter, and Gene Bio. And lastly, I want to thank the media person who are always there to spread the scientific message to community. They are very helpful in Uttarakhand. I hope I have mentioned, I cannot mention everybody's name, but I am thankful to everybody at AIMS Rishikesh for this, making this conference going, and I hope it will be a success. And I also thankful to the virtual at last, I will say, please omit our deficiencies, the technicalities. It was something very new we did. So we hope to see you all in our Devbhoomi next time, whenever we plan for a conference or CME. And let's have a big applause for our association and all of us. Thank you.
Next. I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem. Next.
Jai Hind. Now we will move to the next part. The oration will be delivered by Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nag. So Dr. Upadhyay sir, kindly chair the session for that. Now I'm your slides.
Thank you.
मेरा वो हो रहा है, शेयर हो रहा है, साउंड जा रहा है, हाँ, अनम्यूट है ना. A very good morning. Thank you, Dr. Ruby, for giving so much exhaustive introduction of mine. Thank you so much. Honorable Director, AIMS Rishikesh, Professor Ravikant sir, Dean Professor Manoj Kumar Gupta, and today's guest of honor, respected President Professor Mastan Singh and Professor G.C. Upadhyay, Chairperson. Dear delegates, respected teachers, colleagues, dear students and friends. I am grateful to the organizing committee of 17th Association of UP UK Chapter of Medical Microbiologists of Indian Association of Medical Microbiologists 2021, and all those who have given me the honor of delivering this oration. My association with Professor UC Chaturvedi dates back to my MBBS career in KGMU. He is a renowned virologist and immunologist. He taught us the immunology during my MBBS career and was the guide of my PG thesis. Although my thesis was not in virology, but I acquired interest in virology during my PG period only. After completing my MD, I joined Senior Research Fellow in AIMS Delhi under Professor Usha Gupta. And after my marriage, I shifted to Odisha in a very Adivasi area. This is the Sanmasi Gaon, which is situated in the Kodapur district of the Odisha, where my husband was completing his rural posting. On my first day, when I met the pharmacist at the PSC in the area, he asked me, "Madam, आपका specialization क्या है?" I said microbiology. He was unable to understand what is the microbiology is. And he asked me, "Madam, why have you come after leaving the AIMS Delhi? There is nothing for you." Within a month, the place witnessed devastating flood followed by a cholera-like outbreak. With no diagnostic tool in hand and a very hostile environment. These Adivasi people don't know the language, and they always represent in a very drastic manner. So with no diagnostic tool in hand and a hostile environment, because due to the flood, there was an epidemic of the cholera-like illness. But we don't have a very big team, a very small team, which was made up of myself, my husband, one of the compounder, one nurse, and one attendant. We could still manage to control the situation, but 450 people lost their lives. Could I have made a difference had there been a lab with me? For the first time, I felt helpless with my MD degree, because these PSCs having nothing, only even the doctors are posted and the doctors are not attending their duties, but the compounder is the whole soul in charge of the center. After 3 months, we shifted to Narangpur area, which was 17 kilometers from this Adivasi area. I joined a missionary hospital, and this hospital is the German hospital and in the control of the German people. This hospital is very advanced, good hospital services, good doctors. Here I was a clinician. I had been given charge of the clinician along with the lab in charge, but the micro facilities were not there. They were doing only the pathology reports. After serving for 1 year, I got selected for the post of lecturer in Medical College, Berhampur, Odisha. You can see in the figure, these all are the pathologists except me, which was the microbiologist having the MD degree. There was a lot of difference between the KGMC and to the MKCG. The medical college was named as the MKCG Medical College, but there was no facilities at all. There was a glaring gap, but I never allowed frustration to overcome. I worked hard to bring the first PG seat in Odisha after 20 years of inception of a medical college that would blossom into producing many talented microbiologists working across India. You can see this is the first publication which came from my PhD co-guideship. This PhD work was based on the antifungal and antibacterial effect of the thiazole derivatives, because these derivatives are used in various preparations for the antifungal diseases, for the fungal diseases. So most of its derivatives are used in different preparations and used against fungal infections. This work was completed in 1995, but published in 1999. Even this paper showed a very much delay. This work was done during my SRR seat in AIIMS Delhi in 1991, and the paper was published in 1998. This study showed good finding, but because it was published after 7 years when the literature was full with this type of the studies. So the learning point or the learning things from this are that you should never delay in publishing your work. It will lose the value. On the twist of the fate, I had to leave the job of a faculty and join as a senior resident in PGIMS. I was thinking, I am giving everything from my side, but there is nobody to give me anything, any knowledge, anything. Even I had applied a project to the ICMR and that was rejected because I was not knowing how to write the research proposal and how to present it to the funding agencies. So this leads to the something in my mind that I should leave this place and to gain something from the higher institutions. So I shifted as a senior resident in SGPGI-MS in 1998. Apart from learning about the technical aspect of different microbes, I learned the nuances of the research that acted as a building block for the rest of my career so far. Taking microbiology from the bench to bedside became a motto. It is so important to learn research and publication at the earliest stage of your career. The next step was join as an assistant professor in KGMC, Lucknow, working under the stalwarts. I learned how to focus on an area of interest, a quality so important to progress. I was given virology, which was lying defunct because Dr. UC Chaturvedi had left the lab and the professor Asha Mathur was retired. I started tests based on the serology and molecular virology, and we published some good papers on dengue, HIV, and rotavirus. When I was due to promotion, I got faculty post in SGPGI-MS. Why I joined the faculty post at SGPGI-MS? Because my husband was posted in SGPGI-MS and I was daily doing up and down. So to overcome this situation, I joined the SGPGI-MS. Here my HOD wanted me to focus on microbacteriology section that was not attracting any attention from others. We took PhD students, MD thesis, and MSc trainees, made the laboratory state of the art, and as a result, we had a sizable number of publications on the TB section. So much so, by the time I left this section, was in much demand. I also learned the art of working hand in hand with other departments, and our work on atypical mycobacteria was very much appreciated by the clinicians. MS. Due to unavoidable circumstances at the personal front, I had to leave SGPGI-MS as my husband was shifted to AIIMS New Delhi. So I joined the senior research post at National Institute of Biologicals in Noida. I was made in charge of the vaccine division. The lab were lying defunct for the last 3 to 4 years, as there was no director at that time, and there was some dispute on the laboratories. This was completely new area for me because this institute based on the quality control of the biologicals, that is the vaccine and other biologicals. So this was completely a new area for me to venture. By the end of 3 years, we made the laboratory accredited by WHO. I learned the quality control from here that helped me a lot in my tenure at AIIMS, Jodhpur. All throughout this period, I lost my promotions and remained as an assistant professor. When my friends had reached the stage of professor, they were sad for me. I got torn from some quarters also, but I never took them to heart, nor I was disturbed by it. At last, I got the opportunity to head the Department of Microbiology at AIIMS Jodhpur. We started the department from 3 small rooms only. Within 8 years, the department had grown to more than 90 personnel and all the degrees, including DM in infectious disease, PDCC, MD, MBBS, and PhDs are in offer. Nearly 60 intramural and extramural projects and more than 150 publications speaks for themselves. It is now one of the state-of-the-art department of the country. This was a very challenging job for me to create a microbiology department. But before joining, I had something in my mind and started doing and acting on that. So first I focused on the layout of the building, as the building was not made for the Department of Microbiology. Although the walls were there, but the main layout was not there. So, and next then advertisement of the department, because that time there was no work. So I started initiating and doing the CMEs. So we did lot of CMEs during that time. Then the first facility which we created was the OPD services lab, because the OPD was started. Then the MBBS teaching and the indoor lab, because the MBBS students now they are going to come for this second year. So we focused on the MBBS teaching and indoor lab. Then the bio-waste management and the hospital infections were also in the priority list. Then we focus, after achieving all these, we focus on the MD microbiology, then PDCC, then DM in infectious disease. Along with this, because the institute also has the nursing college, so the faculty and the residents were also teaching the nursing students. Simultaneously, we were taking the projects, research, and doing the publications. And presently, we have the BSL3 facility is ready. Everything was going smooth until the corona pandemic disturbed the life of entire world. Due to corona pandemic, when most of the services were closed, except few essential ones, the hospital were open and healthcare workers were sincerely providing their services, sacrificing their own safety and their responsibilities toward their families. However, some of the hospitals had to be shut down due to spread of infections among healthcare workers or inpatients, which could be attributed to the lack of the strict hospital infection control practices or due to unavailability of the resources. This was the beginning of the pandemic. No hospital was prepared for this situation. Suddenly, the microbiologists were wanted everywhere. The ICMR was in command of the situation. It was essential for each hospital in its individual capacity to formulate strategies for identification and management of the infection. Although everyone managed this situation in the same manner, But here I want to give a brief about how we managed the situation and protected our healthcare workers and even the patients who were admitted in the AIIMS Jodhpur. This presentation is part of my CDC webinar, which I had presented in 2020. At the very beginning of the outbreak, we had designed designated areas of COVID services in the emergency, OPD, and IPD block of the hospital. This is the AIIMS Jodhpur, which is after the COVID period, the IPD block was not used, but the full OPD and emergency was used as the COVID facility. And if you see that from the 2014, there is a gradual increase of the OPD cases in the hospital. But this was discharged during the COVID period. During the pre-COVID period, the total number of beds were 960, but to change because it was a dedicated COVID hospital, it was changed into the COVID hospital. So the total number of beds, 420, were changed into the COVID area. Hence, the 80 suspected bed, COVID positive bed 240, COVID ICU bed 40, COVID HDU bed 40, and SARI MICU bed 20. It means that we have designated the different beds and different wards for the COVID immediately. So we should not disturb the routine functioning of the hospital. The COVID testing was started a week after the outbreak. A week thereafter, the first positive case was detected in our lab and was admitted in the hospital on 24th March 2020. We never panicked. We constructed 3 more BSL-2 laboratories within shortest possible time to meet the demand. This case was admitted on the 1st May 2020. This is the second case, was positive, who transmitted the infection to our healthcare worker, and he was in the hemodialysis unit, and the thrice hemodialysis was done. He was discharged on 6th May. And then when he reached his house, sample was collected on 8th May at the community screening, because they were not allowing any outsiders to enter in the community. And he was positive on the 9th May. So the reverse contact tracing was initiated immediately in the hospital, and it was found that 2 healthcare workers, both were the doctors, were positive for the COVID-19. We all know that the healthcare workers are most prone for the infections because they can acquire infections in the screening area, during the sample collection, during the laboratory testing, during the patient transportation, patient care, hospital environment, and they can gain the infection or acquire the infection from the hospital environment. If there is a breach in IPC practices, it can also lead to the infection. So we took the care of their long working hours. We supported them by their counseling for their psychological distress, because most of the healthcare workers were suffering with the psychological distress and feeling fatigue, and they were just facing the occupational burnout. So our objectives of this was to identify and isolate the infected healthcare worker, and immediately that healthcare worker was isolated, and then they were shifted. If they were symptomatic, they were shifted to the wards for the treatment, and if they were asymptomatic, they were kept in the quarantine area of the hospital. We had also taken care of when during the posting of the healthcare worker for the COVID duty, all the ladies or the healthcare workers which were going uncontrolled, having the uncontrolled comorbidities like the diabetes, mellitus, etc., immunocompromised state, ongoing pregnancy, any community exposure, etc., they were not given the duty and they were kept outside and given the leave to them. Then the healthcare workers were prepared by training on occupational safety. The training was given before posting of the healthcare worker in the COVID area. Training for donning and doffing of the PPE, provide adequate PPE and cleaning supplies, then update on COVID-19. So continuous CME was arranged just to give what is happening in the country, or the word, reporting of any accident cases, instructions on self-assessment. If the person was in the quarantine area and if he was having any symptoms, he should immediately inform to the authority, and appropriate working hours were made and mental health counseling was started. So the healthcare workers were first screened on the flu days, then they were assessed for the symptoms of the acute respiratory illness, healthcare associated pneumonia, etc., and assessment of the risk exposure in healthcare workers. So if the person was symptomatic, like the patient, in case of the patient, they were assessed in the different way, and in the healthcare workers, who were entering in the hospital for the duty, they were just screened daily whether they have any complaint or not. And then if there was complaint, and even in cases of all the patients, they were mandatorily screened for the laboratory, by the laboratory. Then distribution of these cases were done according to the test result. If they were positive, they were shifted to the ward or in the quarantine area. If they were negative, then they were either shifted into the routine ward or they were allowed for the duty. So in this way, the healthcare worker and the inpatients were having the daily schedule for the testing, and this is the few days was created. So before entering into the working area or the duty area, each healthcare worker was first assessed for their COVID. This is the regional level viral research and diagnostic lab of the AIIMS Jodhpur, which had initially started with the BSL-2 facilities, but now we have the BSL-3 facility with all the modern equipment for the testing, any type of testing. And this is the flow of the cases in the COVID management, which is still going on in the AIIMS Jodhpur, like the COVID-19 suspect. If stable, then they are first go into the suspect ward. If they are stable, then they are gone into the confirmed ward, stable positive, and then if they are critical cases or the SARI cases, then they were shifted into the critical care unit or high dependent unit area. And this is the management and the ward in ICU, how they are being managed and how the healthcare worker attend the patient. This is the routine which is happening in all the institute or the medical colleges, all even also on the periphery. And every hospital has their treatment policy and the imaging policy to put these patients in these things. So these are the few publications which have been generated during this COVID era. That is a very short duration during the 2019 and 20. This paper is based on the experience gained in building a COVID hospital, allocating duties of the staff, planning and managing supplies, setting up a quarantine facility, and also management of the dead cases during the COVID pandemic. So this paper is based on what experience we have gained from our setup by managing these cases and was published. Then we have approximate 44 publications on the SARS-CoV-2, and these are the few only This is the second case, the viral ribonucleic acid shedding and transmission potential of asymptomatic and quasi-symptomatic coronavirus disease. What was happening if one patient was coming or one person was positive in the house, the whole house was kept on the quarantine. So just to assess what is this shedding time of these cases, we studied this research. We did this research. This paper is based on the pattern and duration of the viral RNA setting in the asymptomatic and quasi-symptomatic cases. In this case, the person who was asymptomatic but positive PCR test was given a mask, and he was continuing the daily new mask daily till he was negative for 2 consecutive tests. And the sample was taken from the nasopharyngeal swab and also from the swab just to see whether the exhaled air having the or exhaled breath having the viral RNA or not. So what it was seen that after 6 days, there is no transmission of the virus from one asymptomatic person to the another. So we changed the strategy of keeping the quarantine-ness of the individual only up to the 10 days, not taking the 6 days, but for the 10 days. This is the another study which is done in cases of the Iranian evacuees, which were actually Indian working in the Iran, and they were evacuated. So the army was taking the lead in this case, and they were admitted in the army center. The samples was coming to our center, and if the person was positive, he was immediately shifted to the AIIMS Jodhpur. So this is another very good, interesting study where it was seen that the Iranian, they have transmitted the infection among their groups very rampantly. And because of this, most of a very large number of the Iranian were positive. This is the review article, the enigma of the low COVID-19 fatality rate in India. It was seen that in July, the fatality rate and the infectivity rate was very less due to the COVID-19 in India. So what was the reason? Because all over the world, the fatality rate and the COVID infectivity rate was very high. As of July 3, 2020, India has reported a case positivity rate of 6.5% and fatality rate of 2.8%, which are among the lowest in the world. Also, the severity of the disease is much less among Indians. And as per WHO report, India has the lowest death per 1 lakh population. That is 1.32 death against a global average of 6.04. In this paper, we have highlighted the potential factors that might be responsible for the observed low COVID-19 fatality rate in India. And these factors are mainly because what is happening during the full life, we are facing the lot of infections and also taking the vaccination. So maybe the one cause, then second, the mutational pattern of the virus strain, and then the other hubs which are used in the country. Few of them are also act as the antiviral agents. So there are a lot of factors were searched from the net and they were quoted in this. This is another study because that time every area where these COVID cases were high, they were designated as the hotspot cases. And so this study was done in hotspot district of the Western Rajasthan in India. In this case, it was noted that the transmission of the infection was very high in the different age group. In the middle age group, then the older age group. In this, this is also a review article, Pathophysiology and Potential Therapeutic Candidate for COVID-19, a poorly understood arena. What is happening? Everybody was searching for the vaccine. Which candidate should be, or the treatment option? Which treatment option is good? So we have had reviewed the full literature about this and published this paper. This is the another, this is a single case reported where the swift contact tracing can prevent the transmission, in which one case transmitted the infection to more than approximately 13 individuals. So if you can remove that infective person in the beginning, you can prevent further spread of the infections. Then what is happening? All the facilities which we were getting initially from ICMR, from NIB Pune were exhausted. Even we were not getting the PPE, and so we customized the personal protective equipment from our side, and we made 3-4 types of the PPE for our institute, and this paper is based on the same. Then it was seen that how long the SARS-CoV-2 persists in the respiratory tract. And this is also a very good study which was published during this period. So like this, we have published so many papers during this period, but we can say this is the team, this was the teamwork. This is not the individual publication. You can see how many names are there. So everybody was, and also now also they are involved in the COVID management. This is not the part of only a single person. So a teamwork, full institute, all the department, all the healthcare personnel are involved in this. So this slide I have made only for the students. They can listen the few of the things from this, that never give up. I have shifted so many places. Even this is, I am thinking that I must have lose my job at any place, but never give up. Be satisfied with yourself. If you have taken the microbiology, you should be satisfied. This is not true only for the microbiology, for even any subject. If you are in love to that subject, you can do anything for that. And don't accept the challenge. Don't say that I won't be able to do this work. You start, everybody is behind you to help you. So accept the challenge, keep your focus. Although you do all the things, but your focus should be of your interest area. Like I have done so many work in the bacteriology, in the parasitology, in the mycology, and so many places, but I had my focus only on the virology. So keep your focus. If you have any interest in yourself, keep updated. Even shifting, even working in non-microbiology area, like in NIB, National Institute of Biologicals, Noida, which was mainly focused on the biologicals. I was continuous in touch of the microbiology, reading daily at least 2-3 journals to keep myself updated. Try to work in a team. You cannot do any work alone. You should try and work in a team. Talent in hard work can be suppressed for sometimes, but never all the time. Always try to keep your professional and personal life balance, because this is very necessary. If your personal life is not in balance, you cannot do anything. Last but not the least, I want to thank all my teachers, my mentors, my students, my friends, my colleagues. We were in the journey, and of them, few of them are not here, not in the world, and we are missing them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. you for a great oration.
Dr. Balram, all the panelists are waiting. Let's start with the panel discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Sir,
Sahu?
Balram, should I say a few words?
Yes, please, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, for delivering a very useful and informative lecture on COVID-19 pandemic, showing your practical and useful experiences, sharing it. You have done a very nice work. You started your work from the grassroots level, and you have reached to this level. And I again congratulate you for getting this our prestigious UC Chaturvedi Oration Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Please stay with our panel discussion, madam, sir. We will be starting our panel discussion right now.
Okay. Now you started.
Ma'am, it's over.
Dr. Ujala, hand over to you.
Thank you.
Sahu, idhar aa jao.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would take this opportunity to thank the organizers, all the organizers, especially Dr. Pratima Gupta, for giving us this opportunity and for choosing a very apt topic, which is very much required at the moment, that is POCT. POCT, and for this, we have with us, because we will discussing about the major subspecialties of the microbiology, like virology, bacteriology, mycology, and parasitology also. So we have with us Dr. From NIV, we have Dr. Priya. Dr. Priya, are you there with us? Dr. Priya, have you joined?
Can you hear me? I'm very much there.
Okay, welcome to this panel
Good morning.
discussion. So,
Good morning.
She's, as you, I think she needs no introduction. All of you will know that she is Dr. Priya Brown. She is director of. Currently she is the director of NIV Pune, and she is originally from the CMC Vellore, where she works and looks after mainly the virology. Then we have with us Professor Dr. Rakesh Sehgal. He is from PGI Chandigarh, and he's looking after the parasitology. Then we have Dr. Sonal Saxena from MAMC, take care of bacteriology part. And then we have Shiv Prakash with us, who will tell us about the POCT in mycology. So with this introduction, as we have very less time, so we'll skip, prolong, and I'm Dr. Ujjwala Ghoshal. I am from, few of you will know, for those who do not know, I am from SGPGI MS Lucknow. And so to start with, as you all know, that accurate and timely diagnosis is very important, and it can change, it can save the life, it can change the outcome, it has the capability of affecting healthcare system. And because this conventional technique, they not only they take long time, but also they need expertise. And because being a developing country, and there are so many others, so in all the places, in rural areas, peripheral areas, everywhere we don't have this very good laboratory or trained personnel. Then this becomes very important. They assume a greater role there. So keeping this in mind, today the topic of this panel discussion, and so I will like to start with, I will ask Dr. Priya, when we talk of, we repeatedly are talking of POCT. So what, for students and others, what actually we mean by a POCT? What actually a POCT is? Dr. Priya, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ujjwala. I would like to define a POCT as diagnostic tests that are performed at or near the point of collection of the specimen. This is usually done to provide results within few minutes to within a couple of hours. And today, POCTs are in the whole range of molecular POCTs, antigen-based detection, and antibody-based detection.
Thank you, Dr. Priya. rightly said, she told what an actually POCT is. Then if we talk of, like, there is a acronym for it, like assured, what we know as assured criteria. So what is assured criteria? This is like A stands for affordability, like it should be affordable for those who are at a risk of infection. Then it should be very sensitive and specific. And also it should be user friendly. So it should be user friendly, that is very simple to perform, because you will not have technologists or very great technician at the rural areas or periphery. So it should be very simple and user friendly, so that a person can perform it with very minimal training. Then because you need rapid results, so it should be rapid, and it should either involve very few equipments or no equipments, and it should be deliverable to those who need it, right? So this is what is assured criteria for POCT. Now my next question is, like, it is as Dr. Priya also told, it is a common notion that the POCT should be done at the bedside, in a ward or near OT. So it should be done at bedside. So I would like to ask Dr. Sonal that whether it is necessary that the POCT testing should be at bedside or point of clinical contact only, or please elaborate on this. Dr. Sonal Saxena, please. इसको हटा दीजिए. Dr. Sonal, can you please hear? Call him. Dr. Sonal Saxena, can you please hear? Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
But Dr. Sonal, are you there? ये नहीं चाहिए, हटा दीजिए.
हटा दें.
ये बैठिए please. I think Dr. Sonal Saxena is currently unable to hear me. So I just wanted to know from here whether it is important for us to perform the POCT at bedside. But since she cannot, probably she will join us later. I'm trying to contact her. So it is not. It is, as Dr. Priya also told, it is not necessary that the POCT should be done at the bedside only. Actually, the timing or the rapidity matters. If you can perform a test which is very, very rapid, you can give the results in time, within half an hour, then you can go do it in a lab also. So my next question is to Professor Sehgal. Dr. Sehgal, can you hear me? Professor Sehgal, are you there? So my question to you is that what are the various types of POCT available?
Ma'am, Dr. Sunil is joining currently, ma'am. Dr. Sehgal sir is not picking the call, ma'am. Repeatedly tried, messaged also, ma'am.
Okay, then it will be due to difficult situation. Okay, then I will start with, I'll let them join, then I will start with Dr. Priya, and we will finish virology question first. So my first question to Dr. Priya is, what are the, in terms of virology, because we all know that during the last year, virology has been converted into COVIDology. So let me start with the COVID only. So I just wanted to know, what are there, we all know that the RT-PCR is the gold standard and we all are doing, but what I wanted to know is that what are the various rapid tests for the COVID-19? Because again, the rapidity and the time matters. So various available tests, POCTs for the diagnosis of COVID-19.
So many of the POCTs for COVID-19 have been near point of care, and they include
pH-based amplification like the Express from Safed. There is ID Now from Abbott. There's a COVID-19 test. It's an isothermal amplification reaction. Then we must remember that joining this slew of real PCR assays are also CRISPR-based RT-LAMP assay. So these are the array of molecular POCTs that we know of. And there are also antigen-based assays, which we in India have been using increasingly. One of the best is an SD biosensor antigen assay. We have Binax Now. We have BD Veritor from BD. We have Lumina DX, QuickView, and there's also a test known as Sophia. These are all antigen-based assays. Then we also have antibody-based assays, which really only do not detect current infection, but give a suggestion of previous exposure to this virus. And some of the best are COVID-2, Q, etc. You have three types of assays: antigen that detect current infection, and antibody-based assays that suggest exposure to the virus.
Thank you, ma'am. What is your opinion about TrueNat, which is again, you can say it is a point of care test, it is indigenous, right? So please elaborate something on this, because
coming to the TrueNat, which is one of the indigenous molecular-based assays, it has a few good points in that it has a built-in RNA extraction system comprising of real-time PCR chips. It has a virus lysis medium. So when you add sample into the lysis medium, it is made non-infective. So that is a very good point about the TrueNat assay. As you know, today in government laboratories, almost 37% of our molecular assays are TrueNat assays. It is, if you were to ask me for a objective assessment of its performance, it is veers a little on the side of false positivity. Occasionally you can get false positives, but its turnaround time, if you're running just 1 to 4 samples, can be as low as 35 to 40 minutes. But of course, if you're running a larger number of samples, the turnaround time will be much more. It is a closed nature of platform with minimal sample handling. So it's one of our indigenous indigenous molecular assays. And there are some other assays which I think when the opportunity comes, I can elaborate on.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Thank you very much. Just our experience about the, because like through real-time PCR, as everybody knows, it takes time. It takes minimum 6 to 7 hours. And when you are doing it in, like we do, and many of us are doing it in thousands, so it may even take up to 10 to 12 hours for reporting. And there are certain medical emergencies like acute abdomen, like impending labor and MI. Many situations we get a call, then patient cannot wait. He doesn't have time, neither the clinician has time. So when you need results in 1 to 2 hours, this TrueNat is a really very good test. And if I'll share my our experience, because in around 1800 samples, we compared we did both the test TrueNat and RT-PCR in the same sample. And to tell you, our sensitivity is around 70%, specificity is around 95% plus. Its negative predictive value is very good, say around 98%. We'll be reporting it shortly, but so in our hands. And because if you have many samples, you can run, like we have 6 machines, so we can run many tests at a time. So and moreover, it is a Make in India initiative based on real-time tests only. So it's a chip based. So in that sense, it is I'm very happy to share that it is a really good test. And as Madam told that around 30% of our whole samples are doing it because of these good qualities. Then, so this was few of the POCTs. Then I would also like to share, slide please, one of the rapid tests, like it is an RNA-based test, which SGPGI has developed, tried to develop. So it is a RNA-based test, and currently it is not commercialized, but it is in the process. It is in the process of technology transfer. So it is a rapid diagnostic and test for the and here the development and evaluation of the rapid caloric assay, which is capable of detecting SARS-CoV-2 RNA in the human nasopharyngeal sample, and it is completed. It can be completed in less than 30 minutes. It takes around 30 minutes. So it is a nanomaterial based optical sensing platform has been used here to detect RDRP of this SARS-CoV-2, and you can see the preprint here. And its sensitivity, specificity, and the detection limits were 85%, 94%, and it can detect as low as 0.005 nanogram of RNA. So it's a promising test, and this is showing is the principle in very brief. So because of the shortage of time, you can, I have showed you the reference, you can go through. Simple test, and it's a colorimetric based test. So initially the color is blue, and after if it is positive, it turns into the initially it is pink, and it turns into the blue. So this test is in the development, and you may very soon see it into the market also. So this is another development. Then we have this Sherlock technique, which was there also earlier also, and it is based on there are two things are there. First, there is amplification of viral, as Madam told, it is by isothermal amplification. And then second is the detection of the resulting amplicon by CRISPR mediated technique, which Dr. Priya will just now tell us what it is about. Here in this test, this technology has been done in a single tube. That is, it has very much been simplified. Here a nasopharyngeal swab or saliva is transferred into lysis buffer, and the sample is transferred in a tube, and it takes heated for around 1 hour at 60 degrees, and detection of the strips are then clipped into each other, and it is a lateral flow readout, and it also takes very less time. So my next question to Dr. Priya is, since we talked of CRISPR, let us discuss it in detail, and I request Dr. Priya to tell us about the CRISPR-based technologies.
Okay. So CRISPR, as Dr. Ujwala has just mentioned, we do have a Desi version of a CRISPR-based assay. Basically, yes. CRISPR-based assays use Cas12 or Cas13. In the case of the Feluda assay that was developed by IGIB and the Tata group, it uses Cas9 protein. This is a protein that can bind to target RNA. By virtue of binding, it undergoes conformational change and causes cleavage of the target RNA. And this can be detected using a reporter-based signal system. The advantage of the Feluda is that the turnaround time is as low as about 45 minutes. It has a 96% sensitivity, 98% specificity. Recently, it got approval from DCGI in September of last year, and it can quite accurately pick up COVID-19 signatures, in that it can even pick up variations in the sequence of the RNA. In fact, today, the Feluda is reputed to be able to even pick up variants of concern. Its sensitivity is far superior to an antigen-based assay and almost on par with our RT-PCR assay. The original form cost only 500 rupees. So again, it is fitting into the criteria Dr. Ujwala mentioned. But as they bring in features wherein they can pick up different variants, maybe the cost is likely to go up little more, but it's still much less than the RT-PCR.
Thank you, ma'am. So when it is likely that it will be commercialized or will be able to use?
It has already got approval in September of last year, so I think it will be rolled out on a commercial scale for use in India. And actually, both CRISPR-based technology, Madam had mentioned nanotechnology that can be used, and RT-LAMP. These are the assays of the future. Most of our POCTs are going to use that. There's another technology known as aptamer-based technology. These also will be taking over the world of molecular POCTs in the future.
Thank you, ma'am. So this was all about COVID. Now moving from COVID to non-COVID areas, since we often talk of syndromic approach. So I would like to ask Dr. Priya that how do we deal with the syndrome of diarrhea or upper respiratory tract infection or meningitis and similar other situation? Do we have any POCT who will help us in this dealing with these syndromes?
Okay, now for some of these infections, if we go for a single analyte detection or single target detection, there are n number of lateral flow immunochromatography devices. Like you could have for antigen detection of rotavirus, group A rotavirus from stool. You can look for Campylobacter in stool. Shigella, there's a dipstick technology. Adenovirus as well, and for Clostridium difficile, which is very critical for admitted patients who have been on long-term antibiotic therapy. Today, cartridge-based amplification is available from Cepheid. There are also multiplex platforms wherein you could pick up Clostridium difficile, you could pick up E. coli pathovars, parasites, some viruses, including norovirus, in addition to rotavirus. So these have got fairly good sensitivity, the multiplex platforms of about 90% or just over. And they also give you the ability to pick up co-infections. Occasionally, the etiology could be due to more than one pathogen. So yes, syndromic approach is the way we are going to go even with POCTs. Be it diarrheas, be it respiratory infections, be it CNS infection. And this will be the platform for the future, because for many of these infections, it may be that it is a viral etiology. And if we start on antibiotics, we would be actually worsening the antibiotic resistance that is so rampant today. Totally unnecessary use of antibiotics would be in place if we could not delineate between a viral and bacterial pathogen. And like I also mentioned, these multiplex platforms on a syndromic basis would be able to pick up dual infections, maybe viral, maybe bacterial also. So yeah, that's the future.
Thank you, ma'am. We also, as you told, there for multiplexing, there are many platforms, and few of these we have also used. So we have like very good experience with them also. And in fact, because we are a tertiary care center, all our patients, most of our patients are antibiotic and they are difficult to deal patient. So our stool positivity in these patients was very low. So we decided to go for these multiplexing system. And here I will talk of only virology. Later when we talk bacteriology, then I will listen from Dr. Sundal also.
Can I add on the diarrheal pathogens?
Sir, we'll come back to you. We'll come to you.
No, actually, okay, well, because I have to leave at around 12.
Okay, so sir, after ma'am, I will take up with you and then Dr. Sundal.
Okay.
Right. So I'll just hurry up and I'll quickly come back to you. Okay. So in viral, like our positivity increased from say less than 2 to 21%, and as Madam said, Dr. Priya said, we also detected most commonly norovirus G2, apart from adeno, astro, sapo, etc. So so this was about the the syndromic approach. Now, could you please, Dr. Priya, there are, as we all know, there are certain rapid influenza diagnostic tests. But though these can identify influenza A and B, but the subtypes, they cannot tell us. So is there any way as far as the POCT are concerned? Because whatever the POCT are there, they can tell you A or B, but beyond that, they are not able to help us. And for avian influenza, they are not good. So kindly elaborate on this.
You are absolutely right, Ujwala, for subtyping of influenza viruses, POCTs today still are not just good enough. You need to have a molecular platform wherein you can differentiate within group A, H3, H1, etc. So any of these point of care, especially immunochromatography or antigen-based assays, they are no good for subtyping. And as you had also alluded, absolutely not recommended by WHO for identifying avian influenzas.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have a lot to discuss, but because of the lack of time and because Dr. Rakesh Sehgal has also to leave, so I would, we have many other tests like for rabies, for dengue, and many other POCT, which we can discuss in some other forum. So now I will request Dr. Sonal, are you okay? Should we go ahead with the Dr. Rakesh? Is it okay with you?
Yes, all right.
Okay, thank you very much. So now from virology, we'll switch over to parasitology. So my question I will like to request Dr. Sehgal to tell us whether do we have any rapid test, like when we talk of parasitology, the first bacteria or the most primitive ones comes to our mind is Entamoeba histolytica. So are we having any tests? And most important problem here is that microscopy cannot help us. It cannot tell us whether it is histolytica or non-pathogenic species. So do we have any test, any POCT which can help us? I cannot hear you. Sir, is not audible. Sir, you are not, sir, you are
Mic is mute. Now it is okay.
Yeah.
You can hear me now? Yeah. So actually, coming back first to your question, like the diarrheal pathogens. Now, diarrheal pathogens in parasite also includes Entamoeba histolytica, Giardia, and Cryptosporidium, main three ones. So we have a multiplex for detection of antigen as well as a multiplex for detection of using a PCR. First of all is that. But POCT also is available for Entamoeba histolytica. You can have, mainly it is an ELISA-based test, which is important, and that can differentiate between Entamoeba histolytica and Entamoeba dispar in the stool sample. So that was first developed by Bill Petrie, and that has been commercialized and it's available, and you can even buy that. So as far as Entamoeba histolytica is concerned, Giardia lamblia, again, you have some tests, but most of them are now combined with the Entamoeba histolytica, dispar, and a lot of commercial tests are available. There's a list of tests which are available for that. So then the other, and if you want to diagnose, say, Entamoeba histolytica, say, liver infection also, you can detect the antigen, but there the antigen detection is not very good. So whatever tests which have been developed for antigen detection are mainly stool antigen detection. The one for livers are not good, but in that we have developed, and we have still not published in the publication stage, and we are going to file a patent also. We have developed a lamb-based test which can detect, and that has given a specificity of more than 95% and sensitivity of up to 100% even for detection of amoebic liver abscess. So that is again a very good test, and we can give you the results, say, within 30 to 40 minutes once we get the sample. So that's one thing which we are also trying to multiplex and use it for the stool samples also. That is under development, but this is developed and we have standardized this and it is working very well.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful piece of information, because it is the amoebic liver abscess where still we have diagnostic dilemma, and it is very important to diagnose it at an early stage. So as sir says, we have many commercially available tests, like you can see triage parasite panel, we have Redaquick, we have Immunocard. So as you can see, many of these can tell you whether it is histolytica or not, like first and the third one. But the second one, it can tell you about whether it is Entamoeba, but it cannot differentiate. It doesn't differentiate between the histolytica and dispar. So in like market, we have all these three types of kit. Then sir told us about the amoebic liver abscess and the test we is developing, which is a very good sign, because we have lot of amoebic liver abscess patient where there is diagnostic dilemma, because you don't have, like, clinically you cannot differentiate. Radiology helps you in 50 to 60% cases. So there are a lot of cases where you don't know whether it is amoebic liver abscess or it is pyogenic liver abscess or something else. So such a test is warranted. In this, sir told you about something, and these two tests. These are the two tests which have potential for rapid diagnostic tests for extraintestinal amoebiasis, especially the amoebic liver abscess. These are yet not commercialized, but they have very good potential and initial results are very promising. These two are pyruvate phosphate dikinase test. This is called PPDK. This is PPDK is an excretory secretory protein of Entamoeba histolytica. We all know that it is an anaerobic organism. It uses glycolysis for its energy and doesn't have the enzyme of the Krebs cycle. So this amoeba uses this enzyme. And in a study, in various studies, it has been found as a potential marker for amoebic liver abscess. It is a lateral flow dipstick test and detection of anti-PPDK IgG4 antibody. Here we detect sensitivity is around 87% and specificity around 100%. Then another ICT using nanoparticle coated with subunit of Entamoeba histolytica, that is lectin protein. It has been developed with a sensitivity of around 100% and specificity of around 97%. So, as I told, not yet commercial, but very, very good potential for amoebic liver abscess. Now, my next question to Professor Sehgal, I would like to know whether we all know, and WHO has also recommended everywhere where we are using these RDTs for diagnosis of malaria, these have brought revolution for the diagnosis of malaria and can be used in periphery and are being used, whether neither we have microscope nor we have very good technologies. So, but how good now this fifth species of malaria has also come up. We are in danger of many other, like in animal malaria. So how good the role of POCT in the zoonotic malaria, how good they are. For human, we know that they are good enough for the diagnosis of malaria. But what is their role in zoonotic malaria? This POCT.
At the moment, it is mainly only for human malaria, and nobody has really developed for animal parasite. So that is one. The second thing is that mainly you differentiate between the two parasites, Falciparum and Vivax. So anyway, we need to differentiate between the two because these are the major ones which are infecting even in India and most of the Southeast Asian countries. You don't have much of a problem for the other two parasites. However, the problem as RDT lies in two things. One is that the sensitivity is not really very, very great because this is the sensitivity of the peripheral blood smear examination only. It is comparable. It is not different or much better than that. So when you are in the elimination phase of, say, malaria program, then these tests may miss out infections which are subclinical or infections which don't have really any symptoms. That is one thing. Number two, the other problem, which is even more worse, I consider, because you have maybe 1001 RDTs which have been developed. You can get it for 5 rupees, you can get it for 100 rupees. But the problem is one thing you should remember, you should get those RDTs only, which are first of all recommended by WHO. And out of that also you have to see which are the more sensitive ones. So you have to search a bit because we had an experience like people come from an emergency and they are coming either positive or sometimes negative, and it is the reverse in our department because we both do an RDT, then we do a peripheral smear and do a PCR also. So there is some disjoint between and then we went back and saw that this was basically due to the the patient is getting some tests or they are asking the patient to get the kit, or sometimes they are using the kit which is not really good. So that is a problem. So that again is a issue we should take care of.
Thank you, sir. So since you are talking of like peripheral comparison of peripheral blood examination with the RDT, I would really like to know what is the sensitivity of the RDT as compared to peripheral blood examination.
Same 50 to 100 parasites per microliter.
So, okay. So it is not at least inferior in your experience?
No, it's not inferior. I didn't say it is inferior. So it is the same sensitivity.
So it is
If it was more sensitive, it would have really helped much better. That is what I say.
Slide. And in this context, I would just like to inform that recently I read about a test. It is a test which through which you can diagnose malaria of course it cannot differentiate. You can diagnose malaria in less than 1 minute. It is called Gazeli. Here it detects hemozoin particle in blood and diagnose malaria in less than 1 minute. So that makes it very useful in perinatal setting. In very good centers like us or SARS center, obviously you have many other tests. You have good technologists who have expertise in detecting the parasites. You have other tests, but where you don't have any, because it is a life-saving. It is one of the few parasitic disease where the life mortality is high and rapidity matters because it leads to complication. So this is a welcome move that a new POCT called Gazeli, based on detection of hemozoin particle. As we all know that hemoglobin is degraded into heme, which is further converted into hemozoin. So that is what it detects, and it is a magneto-optical detection of hemozoid particles, which is produced by all the species. So it can tell you whether patient has malaria or not, but obviously it cannot differentiate between all the species because hemozoin is produced by all the species. And its diagnostic ability is better than RDT when sir repeatedly talked of lower parasitemia, because into lower parasitemia, RDT fails or cannot diagnose. But here the advantage of this test is that here the diagnostic ability is better than the RDT when the parasite load is very low. And we also know that RDT is based on PHF HRP2. So there are many areas where there is a mutation. This mutation is found, and when this mutation is there, your RDT cannot help. But because here the detection system is different, so in those mutant also this system will work. So
yes,
now
can I add on this?
Yes.
With hemozoin, there may be some issues because sometimes it will give some problem as false positive. But anyway, that we have to evaluate at the moment. What I wanted to add was we have published the paper also in American Journal of Tropical Medicine. We have developed a lab-based test for detection of Plasmodium vivax infection, as well as Plasmodium falciparum. It can differentiate, if you have the correct primers, it can differentiate between both the infections, and the sensitivity and specificity much better, and the level of detection is up to 1 parasite in the sample.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. That is a very good piece of information. Thank you. Now, my next question is that what in various many disease condition we detect this urinary antigen. So, what are the various tests for urinary antigen detection? Can POCT help us?
Yes, and in certain parasitic infections, like we have also developed in, and Dr. Parija had also developed for, I think, cysticercosis and as well as hydrated disease also, and that works quite well. Though the sensitivity and specificity would not be as great as the other detection, but it is quite a good, it gives you a good sensitivity and specificity up to 70 to 80% in detection in the urinary samples. And we have also evaluated for detection of cysticercosis using LAMP again. And it is quite good, but obviously it is not as good as if you detect from the cyst or even from the blood samples also. Again, it is not good because the amount of DNA you get in the blood is not. But in urinary samples, surprisingly, we are getting some amount of better results compared to the blood samples.
So please also let us know about the various diagnostic tests for visceral leishmaniasis as far as this POCT are concerned. Do we have some?
They're all standardized now. You can have RK39, and even Sarman Singh had also developed one test. So these are all standardized. We are using all those tests. They are actually very good and very good sensitivity and specificity, and they are helping us, and we are using that routinely.
Yeah, sir. We are also using, I think most of our labs are using, because visceral leishmaniasis is again a problem because culture doesn't help, and even the sensitivity of smear is also very low. So this POCT is like this ICT for the K39 and other
That gives you excellent results.
they are wonderful tests, and you can have the results in 10 or 15 minutes. So that has again brought a very revolution in the field of visceral leishmaniasis also. Sir, do we have any rapid test for hydrated disease?
Hydrated, well, there are some tests which are available for like even lattice glutation and other tests, POCT are available, but somehow they are not very excellent results are with these tests. So that is a problem. I would say they are under development only. Probably we'll have in the future for that also.
So since neurocystic sarcosis is a problem for us, like developing countries like us and many other developing countries, do we have any rapid tests for the diagnosis of cystic sarcosis?
Yes, for there they are available. I think even Dr. Prasad had done some work on that. In your lab also a lot of work has been done. And
that was, sir, on EITB. That was not point of care test. That was he
that
did
is not a point of
on
care test, but
EITB.
yes, because that is a lot. Oh, again, people have tried this lamp is one thing which they are trying now. As Dr. Priya had told, aptamer-based tests are being tried for. We are trying for malaria, for example. Lamp we are trying for cystic sarcosis again, and it is working very well. And we had project with Northeast, which we have already published. And the lamp, though it is not as good as in other infections, the sensitivity and specificity is not as high as you would get, say, in Amoeba histolytica, liver abscess and all, but still it is giving you more than 90% sensitivity and specificity in detection of cystic sarcosis. Even single cyst it can detect.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful piece of information. We have learned a lot from you. Now I will switch over to Dr. Sonal Saxena, and from parasitology we'll move to bacteriology. So Dr. Sonal, can you hear? Welcome.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, and I'd like to welcome you to this panel. Would you please tell us what are the various POCT formats for the diagnosis of bacterial infection? In general, then we'll discuss this further.
General, as Priya ma'am has already elucidated, a number of the principles still remains the same, whether we are doing for bacteria or virus. So we have immunoassays, which are primarily for detection of antigen or antibody, which are based on ICT principle and lateral flow assays. And then we have the various molecular platforms, which are now available. And these molecular platforms in the past few years have gained a lot of importance because they are actually one of those near the patient's scenario, and not much preparation is required for that. And we all have seen how we very easily adopted the CBNAT and TrueNAT technologies for SARS-CoV. But initially the cartridge-based assays were in use in the RNTCP programs to determine drug resistance in Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So that was one of the ways by which, we also had a reach to a very farthest laboratory with a molecular platform which was available. And obviously the time was very, very short. And based on these assays, there are plenty more which are available now. There are a few platforms like the Roche SeptiCheck, which is available for sepsis diagnosis. Then there are multiplex assays also, which are available as point of care testing in the market.
Thank you. We talked of, before you joined, we talked of various multiplex assays for the diagnosis of like diarrheal diseases.
Yes, I heard
so
that.
what is, yeah, so we mainly talked of like viral diseases, but how useful these panels are for the diagnosis of diarrhea, for the diagnosis of the bacterial etiology.
Yes, when you're looking at bacterial etiology, there are many things like the Clostridium difficile toxin assay, which ma'am was talking about. This is one of the very, very useful assays. And then there are various toxin assays which are even available now as POCT on a POCT platform for endotoxin detection, which are very good for dialysis units when we want to detect. Then others are Campylobacter assays are now available for diarrhea, although it's not such a huge problem in India, but we have these assays which are available. which are based primarily on molecular-based technologies. Then we have various antigen assays also which are coming up, and for example, the pneumococcal antigen assays, we are already familiar with them when we are using it in the urinary antigen, and these have played a very important role in syndromic approaches for pneumonia as well. In pediatrics, we had used this. We did a small study. It's yet to be published in Kalavati Saran, where we had looked at the NICU admissions developing diarrhea with the C. difficile assay and the pneumolysine antigenic assay, and we found that we actually are underestimating our results for Clostridium difficile. If we went looking for them, they are definitely there. Especially in kids, we found a lot of cases which were detected by this because it was available for a very short time. We were able to do it. Otherwise, we all know how difficult it is to culture and give the report. And clinicians are not interested in a report which comes after 2 days that the patient has antibiotic associated diarrhea. They say, "Oh, we humne clinically judge kar liya." So there, POCT plays a very, very important role in enhancing the antibiotic stewardship also.
Yeah, thank you very much. And regarding the this Clostridium, like Campylobacter jejuni, just a little experience, because we say that it is not there because many of us, like most of us, when we like culture for diarrheal disease, most of our labs, we do not culture for Campylobacter jejuni. So we don't know what like exact prevalence is. We don't know, so we don't get, and they don't get, so we don't report and say it is not there. But unless, and because this, it is very difficult to grow in culture. I know our center has also done, and very few centers are doing, but across the country it is not possible that in each and every case of diarrhea you culture for Campylobacter jejuni, because it needs special culture methods, special media. So it's become very difficult. And the beauty of these this multiplex is that they use Campylobacter jejuni as a target. So if we do use this target, we can obviously will be able to detect, and then we'll be able to say whether it is really there or it is really not there. And it is also, as Madam Dr. Priya has also said, that it is very important to know the exact etiology. Maybe it is viral, because then at least this unnecessary antibiotics will not be given, and this problem of drug resistance will be able to deal in a better way. Because any patient of diarrhea, it takes 2-3 days to come culture and report, and by the time patient gets all sorts of drugs and he becomes okay also. So it is very important that whatever we do, but if we report when it is given very late, the patient is already okay or he is dead, or when there is no utility there. So what I'm trying to tell is that time matters, and we are in an era where we have to give the rapid and timely reports. So this was about the diarrheal pathogen. What is your opinion about this multiplex, like this rapid test which we have for respiratory tract, or this syndromic approach for respiratory tract infection?
Yes, respiratory, ma'am, as you know, a lot of panels are available. Even there are various microarray based assays also which are available. Then there are a few rapid pneumonia assays like the Legionella. Again, the same story. If we are not looking for it, we are not finding it. There is a urinary antigen assay which has a very good 80 to 95% of sensitivity and specificity, and it is able to diagnose community acquired pneumonias very, very easily. It is a little less sensitive for nosocomial pneumonias because it detects usually the serogroup 1 Legionella, which is not there responsible for hospital outbreaks. Then we have this, I was talking about the pneumococcal antigen assay, which is again an ICT based assay which detects the cell wall polysaccharide with a sensitivity of almost 80% and a specificity of 90%. Now, the only problem here is, which is, I think, a microbiologist nightmare every time, that it does not distinguish between the colonization and the infection, because it only tells you the antigen. And for strep pneumo, you can have colonization ranging up to 40%. So there it becomes a little problem for us to determine whether it is actual infection is there or not. But the cases which are symptomatic and the cases which are in the hospital, this antigen can really give a very rapid report. The other disadvantage of it assay is that it can give you false positive report if the patient has a certain oral streptococci, because the antigen, there is some antigenic similarity. And we've seen in the past that anything which has an antigenic similarity, there are chances that you might get a false positive report. But it's again a very useful antimicrobial stewardship tool. The other things which are available are the microarray based assays, which are there. A full respiratory panel is available for instruments like BioFire, which comes from bioMérieux, and there is another Roche platform which is also come. There is an Alair platform which is called Alair I, which is available. That's also a POCT microarray based panel. It's not yet available in India, but I believe FilmArray is quite available, and the respiratory panel is very good to detect multiplex PCR, because all of us who are working with RT-PCR now know, in spite of doing lakhs and lakhs of tests, that it is still a very demanding test, technically very demanding test, and a time-consuming test. So even if we had multiplex, PCR assays to detect respiratory panel, it's always better to have something like a cartridge-based or some in a single device, which reduces the time as well as the expertise which is required for this.
Thank you very much. Since you some times ago you talked of Clostridium difficile, which though not as a great problem for us as in the Western countries, but still we have a lot of cases, and there are a lot of kits are available. So sometimes the people are confused what to choose, what not to choose. So can you please suggest what is the best available, as per your opinion, what is the best test available, what best ICT for Clostridium difficile?
I'm really sorry. I have not latest this thing. I'm not aware of as to what is available in the market, because we were working.
It is a rapidly changing thing. Yeah, it is a very rapidly changing.
The kit we had worked for as part of a project had actually been given to us by Denka, and I don't know whether it is any longer available or not. After that, I don't have any experience working with it.
Okay, no issues. It is a rapidly developing science, and every day the new things are coming. So like many, there are many tests, and one of them is quick check complete. It is a rapid immunoassay for the simultaneous detection of Clostridium difficile glutamate, GDH, and toxin A and B is a single assay. Because here is it is like everybody knows, and it is very important to note that minimum 2 tests should be done. Your diagnosis should not be based on a single test, but at least two targets you should be using. The culture or culture or toxin and molecular. I think Dr. Priya wants to tell us something. Dr. Priya, please.
Yes, Dr. Jwala, I was wondering whether we should talk about the cartridge-based amplification of the toxin for Clostridium difficile. It's one of the best assays going. So you could, most patients would be hospitalized and they are on antibiotic therapy. So this could be something that could be used even in the utility room of a ward.
Yeah.
So one of the assays that could be.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to know, because like those patients who are suffering and those who are like, sometimes the patient strains so much, they cannot even pass stool, they pass only mucus. And at the end of the bottle, if you say, you will see that probably no, they have forgotten to send sample. But if you look carefully, small mucus will be there. So these patients are really in difficulty. And as Madam told, it should be cartridge based so that it can be either in the lab or they can do themselves. I mean, whatever that are diagnosis in rapid, like in 10, as soon as possible, that is required. Because if you do culture, it will take, even if ELISA based test, you will not do every day, so it will again 2 days. So here the cartridge test becomes, I think, very important. So are there any other tests, or like there we have some tests, POCTs for the diagnosis of these STDs?
Yes, there are
if
a
you
few.
Would like to tell.
There are a few, basically they are all molecular based assays which are now available. For treponema pallidum, there is one available. For chlamydia also, because these are very, very difficult to diagnose and isolate pathogens. So as a microbiologist, I believe that our focus should be to identify those pathogens with POCT which are very difficult to grow or will take time to grow. So there is one available for gono, for treponema, and for chlamydia. And I also came across on the net, I don't have any experience, but I came across in the literature search that there is one combined syndromic based panel also which is being developed for ulcer or genital ulcer patients or for those with discharge. So it's covering even trichomonas there for discharge patients and bacterial vaginosis patients. I think it's going to be a little expensive when you look at it from the practical point of view, but for definitely for a diagnostic purposes, these tests and these syndromic ones are now available as a multiplex assays and also as a cartridge-based assays.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonal, for your inputs. We really appreciate that. And now from bacteriology, let us switch over to another important branch, that is mycology. Well, and we'd like to welcome
if you will allow me a second, am I permitted to leave because I'm an observer in an RBW workshop and I had just taken a break for an hour. I've already overshot my time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
I'm really privileged to be part of this panel. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Shiv Prakash. Dr. Shiv Prakash, can you please hear?
Yeah, I can hear, Ujjwala. Thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm glad to be here. So mycology is at the end. Even now in UP, it is neglected. Anyhow, okay, fine.
No, that. वो तो थोड़ा बहुत आगे पीछे होना पड़ेगा ना.
No problem, no problem.
But be happy, at least we are there.
Yeah. I was waiting and
Parasitology is same, but at least we are happy we are there, right? So, please tell us that for which fungal infection we have POCTs, which can be used for diagnosis.
So as per the classification of the POCT, so now at least in mycology we have a lot of development in the diagnostics. In case, especially in terms of POCTs. For example, if you do a conventional diagnosis of aspergillosis, we know that it is an galactomannan by ELISA. It is very sensitive test and contamination and problem with the cost and other thing. Now for aspergillosis, we have two different types of POT test. One is an lateral flow assay and another is a lateral flow device. These two are completely different phenomena. The major thing what LFA detects is a galactomannan antigen. It is just like what we have in Platylia galactomannan assay. Now the same galactomannan, this LFA will detect. Whereas if we have an LFD, we have to use a device. Here there is a particular glycoprotein will be detected. So it is not an galactomannan. So these two are the thing that has been coming up. So we can use it for detection in the serum as well as in the detection in the ball sample. For ball sample, just there still it is in very early stage. But for serum, we have also evaluated and we are evaluating for more for ball and other samples. So these are some antigen detection tests for aspergillosis. For histoplasma, again, earlier it was very, very difficult. So you know that histoplasma, we have to get it from USA. So only one person, he never gave what is the principle of it. And finally, now for histoplasma, we have an LFA, and that LFA, it will be detect an antigen. And as usually for other infection also, this is positivity in case of urine is very, very high. So for histoplasma, again, we have some molecular testing also. Molecular testing by using an LAMP assay have been developed. So that has been very well established now a little bit. So, but still people are not using it for study. But LFA now being this LFA for histoplasma, that should be used most commonly. It is available even in India also. So we are using routinely, but the cost wise, it is very, very much high. For Cryptococcus, you know that it's already, you have both this latex agglutination test. Now it has been replaced by LFA, immunochromatography test. So if you use this LFA, we have at least 3-4 companies of LSA, this one LFA for Cryptococcus antigen. So that's a very good test where it can also help us to differentiate. For example, this LFA, if you use for Cryptococcus, so it is a field one if you want to use in the field. So latex agglutination, you have to have refrigerator and other things. So these LFAs, there is no need to have refrigerator, and when you are doing a screening purpose, so this will be very, very useful. So even also it is said that cryptococcal LFA, you can just use it for screening purpose in an HIV patients when you are suspecting asymptomatic. So at that time you can start for preemptive therapy. And lastly, for Candida also we have this one. So earlier we used to have an annulus tester. But that was by using an ELISA, we used to detect this annulus test. But that company suddenly stopped. It was very, very promising because it was detecting an antibody and it was very specific. Now the same thing, now we have got an LFA test for annulus. In 2019, there was a publication and it will come to market. So that is another thing. So lastly, for mucormycosis, we do not have any of the diagnostic, serologic or biomarker test other than this PCR test. So now only one from Spain, they have developed the identification of fucomenin. So they have specifically identified this fucomenin. Detection of fucomenin will be very, very useful in the diagnosis. Suddenly your camera is lost. Okay, then these are the tests then which can be used as purosity test in mycology. Other than that, you have this molecular test, as I told, that Aspergillus proximal ligation assay and also the LAMP assays. They are available for histoplasma.
Oh, so in one go you told us everything. So I don't think I need not ask you anything now. you taught us whole mycology. So what should I ask you now? Okay, please, you told us about the histoplasma. Then you told us about the role of molecular diagnosis. Can you please tell us what are the point of care diagnostic method for invasive aspergillosis? Do we have anything specific? And if we have, then what are the performance characteristics of that?
Yeah, perfect. As I said, two different tests. So point of care test, immunochromatography, what they have identified is when you do an this one LFA, LFD is another one, glycoprotein. LFA, we generally call it for the detection of galactomannan. So this test, when they compared with the standard ELISA galactomannan, the agreement was found to be 89%. LFA was the standard. Whereas, as it is, according to EORTC criteria for invasive aspergillosis, if you apply the test and perform it, and you can see that sensitivity is comparatively more than this ELISA. So what they have found is sensitivity is about 97% and specificity is about 98%. So aspergillosis, this is really very, very good test. And we are also evaluating two different companies, LFA as well as LFD. But only thing is, when you are using both this method, the main thing what I say is, so when there is a light band in this one, so that can be missed and given it as a false negative. So always you should use their instrument to as a reader. That is, they will give a small reader, which is like a pencil box, shorter box. So that if you use, then the sensitivity can be increased.
Okay, thank you. Do these work well in chronic aspergillosis also?
Chronic aspergillosis, actually I forgot to tell about the antibody detection test. Because
that I'll ask you further. That I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
No worry, I'll ask you later.
Yeah.
What is the role of the in chronic disease, in chronic aspergillosis? What is the role of this?
Yeah, that's a very important one. There actually, as per the criteria for the diagnosis of CPA, so when we have evaluated this one directly, galactomannan detection, ELISA, so it was not useful at all. So only about 10 to 20% of the cases we get positivity if we do a classic galactomannan detection. This applies the same thing to an LFA. When we try to look, we had only about 40 cases LFA we have done. When we try to do in chronic pulmonary aspergillosis, this LFA, which it is designed, is not giving a promising result. So positivity is less than 25%. So that's why in CPA, antigen detection test may not have much role. Instead, if you can do an antibody detection, so as per the detection there, so we will have very high level of antibody in chronic pulmonary aspergillosis. So this has been developed and standardized. This antibody latex lateral flow assay for the detection of IgG and IgM is there. So that one is very, very specific, 98% specificity, which is got for chronic pulmonary aspergillosis. So that one you can use it successfully if you don't have any classic other antibody detection tests like Candida, Platylia, latex, and all we have. So those things we can use it.
Okay. So you have already told about the antibody detection. Would you like to elaborate further on it? That is the role of antibody detection based POCT in fungal infection, some other infection, or
antibody based test as a POCT. Actually, that's what for Candida I said, latex agglutination test like Pasteurx and this thing is there. And then antibody again for the CPA we have. For CPA antibody we have, and histoplasma antibody we had earlier. That was an ELISA. It doesn't qualify it as an POCT test.
Okay.
So this is the two tests that we can ask for the CPA as well as for Candida. For aspergillosis, antibody-based test is not there.
okay. So do we have any POCT for invasive candidiasis?
Already I told you that for invasive candidiasis antigen detection test. So
okay.
So they have again NOLS. I told you when I started briefing. So that NOLS detection. So now they are finally they have developed an monoclonal antibody and it detects specifically the NOLS of an Candida albicans. So here one thing is you cannot detect a Candida tropicalis glabrata infection when you use this test. If it is only by Candida albicans, it can detect. So that is the problem. So it will not be of much useful in a clinical lab like this for a diagnosis. Only Candida albicans it will pick up. That is the main disadvantage.
And what about mucor?
Mucor, we do not have any this thing other than this molecular test assays what we do. So they are not. What I consider is when you have an other than LAMP and isothermal this one, you cannot consider it as a point of care test according to me. Otherwise, we should have, for example, Candida. We have T2 Candida. So if you have that magnetic resonance, that one will use. You get within 2 hours, it will give you the species. But there only one limitation is mainly they have standardized it mainly for about 5 to 6 species. So some rare Candida species and all like Pichia and so many things which we have here in our Indian scenario, all those things cannot be detected by it. But still it is the machine is very, very expensive. So it may cost about 10 to 15 crore. And
what did you say?
No, we do not have it. We have also not purchased.
How much? How much? I could not hear. How much? What did you say?
Crore rupees.
Then let us forget about it. Okay.
So it is just for an academic purpose.
Okay.
And
Oh
it has
God.
got a lot of limitation. That is it. But for mucor, similarly, we do not have 2 or 3 papers are there and the LAMP and other thing. But this fucomenon, which I was talking, that has just in the Spain, they have one group has developed. So this is very, very specific mannan, one component of the mannan. It has got very few side chains, and they have prepared a monoclonal antibody for against this one, and they have on the nitrocellulose membrane, and it was presented in a last ECMID. I don't know. Still, they have used only the mice samples as in this one to evaluate their results, but their human samples they have yet to evaluate. So maybe they must be waiting for that for publication. So this will be a very promising test.
Okay.
Because
Okay. Please. So since we are already very late.
Okay, madam. From ball sample also it can be applied. That is an advantage of that fucomenon.
Okay. Thank you, Shiprakash. So I would again take this opportunity to thank all the panelists who I know are very busy and who took their time and joined us and taught us a lot. And I also thank the organizer once again for this wonderful opportunity. So over to the organizer. Dr. Biswaji, please.
Yeah. Ma'am, thank you all. In fact, we all are honored here to have such eminent speakers and discussing such an important topic. Thank you again. With this, I end the session, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Priya.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Priya. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. Thank you, Sonal. Thank you, Shiprakash. Thank you, the
bye-bye.
organizer. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful program.
Thank
Enjoy.
you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
थैंक यू जी. हाँ जी, आपका भी धन्यवाद.
डॉक्टर जितेंद्र स्पॉन्सर्स को आप ले आइए प्लीज, जो भी
या सर.
और ग्रुप में ना मैसेज डाल दीजिए कि स्पॉन्सर्स का अभी होगा तो हम लोग 1 बजे के आसपास शुरू करेंगे. किनसे पूछ लो कितना टाइम लगेगा स्पॉन्सर्स को.
मैं एक बार देख लेता हूँ पहले. डॉक्टर ममता, डॉक्टर नेहा, आर यू देयर?
Yeah, hi, Dr. Jitendra. This is Dr. Mamta from Gurgaon.
Ma'am, you're from SRL, no?
Yeah, am I audible to you?
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a minute. Technical team.
Yes, sir.
ममता मैम ने ज्वाइन किया है. एक बार शेयरिंग राइट्स दे दीजिए.
Sir, already I am there again.
Okay. Ma'am, now you can start your presentation, ma'am.
Okay. 1 second. Can you see the slides, or do I need to share it again? Hello?
Please share it again, ma'am.
Okay, let me check.
Ma'am, please click on the green button, share screen.
Yeah, that is already there. I'm just looking for this thing.
Ma'am, your camera is not open. Please click on start video, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, I think now you can see me, na?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm just looking at my presentation in the laptop in this, so I'm not able to find it actually. How do I do about it? Like, suppose can you see it now? No.
No, ma'am.
It's coming. Who can share?
And it's coming. Now it is visible, ma'am.
My slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am. आप slides पे एक बार click कर दीजिए.
Okay. Why is it not coming? It's showing your screen sharing, but how come it's not coming on the screen? Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is there, ma'am.
We can see your slides, Dr. Mamta.
Okay, and can I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon to all of you. And today I'm going to talk about updates in the diagnosis of tuberculosis. Actually, tuberculosis, we all know, is one of the major health concern worldwide, not only in India, but Yes, Neha? Yeah, okay. So it's the major concern, but the limelight has actually been shifted from tuberculosis to COVID. But again, as far as our commitment to end TB by 2025 is concerned, we actually need to work on that and again gain our focus to tuberculosis. Okay, just an overview of tuberculosis. We all know that tuberculosis is one of the top 10 diseases in the world as far as mortality and morbidity is concerned. And almost 1/3 of global population is affected with tuberculosis, and almost 2 million people are actually dying of tuberculosis every year. So, and if we talk about 2019 report, it's around 10 million people.
Hello, Dr. Mamta.
Yes. Yeah, am I audible?
या मैम यू आर ऑडिबल. सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू मैम. एक बार स्लाइड शो पे क्लिक कर दीजिए.
Okay. Is it okay? Can you see the complete slide? No.
मैम नीचे बना है इसका.
स्लाइड शो पे मैंने क्लिक तो कर दिया है. What should I do again? Like it's already there in front of my this thing, and it's showing you as screen sharing.
Ma'am, it is visible, but
Let me check. What is the problem? Can you please tell me? Should I call my IT people?
no, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am. It is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Neha. Okay. Okay. Interruption. Hello. Is it okay now? Okay. Now is it okay? No, it's complete now, ना? अब दिख रहा है आपको?
बिल्कुल दिख रहा है मैडम. हाँ.
Can you see the
Yes,
slide?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
मैम हम पूरी स्लाइड्स देख पा रहे हैं. आप आगे चलिए, कर दीजिए.
Okay, fine. So as far as 2019 reports are concerned, like 10 million people got infected and 1.4 million died because of tuberculosis. And out of total countries, like 30 high burden countries, actually they are contributing for around 87% of the TB cases, out of which 8 countries are further contributing to 2/3 cases. India actually leading the table, which is followed by Indonesia, China, Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and South Africa. Now, it is estimated that around 40 million people of India, they are infected with TB, and the vast majority of them are actually because of latent tuberculosis. Now, if we talk about high burden countries, it's around 26%, like almost 1/4 of the total TB burden is shared by India itself. Now, we talk about 2019 report, it was around 2.6 million cases which were notified and 779K deaths were reported. Now, multi-drug resistant, which is a health security threat, not only for India, but worldwide, a global total of 200K people with MDR, rifampicin TB were detected in 2019, which was a further 10% increase from 2018. Now, if you talk about the annual incidence in India, it is around 2.8% cases in new cases, and approximately 12 and up to 18% also in previously treated cases. So it was like 124,000 in 2019. Now, we all know that the global strategy is to end tuberculosis by 2030, which is announced by WHO. And India is actually committed to achieve this goal by 2025, which is 5 years ahead than the global strategy. Now, what is the major concern when we talk about the control of tuberculosis? The most important is underdiagnosis and then underreporting of cases. They are the major challenges to control tuberculosis. When we talk about global detection rate, so the case detection rate of TB has been estimated only 64%. Like 36% of incident TB cases, they are not actually detected, and they are a gap. They are the missed cases. They aren't either diagnosed or they are not reported. Now, so the most important control strategy for the TB, if we talk about, should be early detection and appropriate treatment of all these detected cases. Now, commitment to achieve the goal of ending TB will not be possible unless we achieve a universal access to prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of all forms of tuberculosis, including drug-resistant tuberculosis. Now, laboratory has got a major role to play in this tuberculosis control. So the strengthening of the laboratory capacity and its performance should be a priority in TB control. Now, the microbiological diagnosis of tuberculosis, this is a very important tool if we talk about the disease control. It consists of conventional methods like microscopy, culture, both conventional as well as liquid-based, anti-tuberculous drug susceptibility testing, and the modern molecular techniques of detection of tuberculosis and detection of drug resistance. Now, the target of microbiological testing includes the detection and isolation of mycobacterial species, their identification, detection of drug resistance, monitoring of patients' responses to therapy, and also the epidemiological typing of the mycobacterial strains. Now, little bit just an overview of tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, we all know, is caused by the microorganism Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which we commonly called as acid-fast bacillus. Mycobacterium tuberculosis complex actually includes Mycobacterium tuberculosis, Mycobacterium bovis, Mycobacterium microti, and Mycobacterium africanum. They together make the Mycobacterium tuberculosis complex, which we call as MTC. Now, the bacteria, as we all know, that it affects lungs, and it also causes tuberculosis in other parts of the body. So it is basically 80% of the pulmonary tuberculosis and almost 20 or maybe 25% of extrapulmonary tuberculosis. So whether it is pulmonary tuberculosis or extrapulmonary tuberculosis, the early diagnosis is always the key to recovery. Now, the other type of mycobacterium we know is mycobacterium other than tuberculosis. They are called as MOT or NTMs. They were considered as environmental mycobacterium. Some species are present on skin, respiratory tract. We have a classification of MOT as per Union into 4 types. And earlier they were not considered as pathogenic, but nowadays with they are emerging as pathogens because of AIDS and immunocompromised hosts. So now they are coming into existence in a very important way. Now, when we talk TB, the diversified way, it is again into pulmonary and extrapulmonary TB. Everybody knows about it. 80% is pulmonary and 20 to 25% is extrapulmonary. Now, the presentation is maybe in the form of latent tuberculosis, in the form of active tuberculosis. If active, it could be in the form of drug resistant or drug sensitive tuberculosis. But the major challenge actually involves in any type of tuberculosis is the accurate and early diagnosis in all the forms of tuberculosis. Now, if we talk about extrapulmonary tuberculosis, the other areas which gets involved are lymph nodes, pleura, pericardium, genital tract, meninges, GI tract, any other organs. Now, what is the course? Everybody knows, but let's just have a brief idea of the course of TB infection. Once exposure occurs, like 70% cases, they overcome exposure by non-immunological host mechanism, that is called contact but no infection. 30% of the cases, they actually develop into infection, out of which minority of the cases, they actually go into active tuberculosis, while the majority of the patient have initial silent infection, they have no symptoms, they may never develop clinical disease, and they enter into the phase of latent tuberculosis, which anytime can get reactivated to active tuberculosis. Now, how do we diagnose tuberculosis in general? So it could be by clinical, which is least reliable, then radiological with the help of X-rays. Then we have the laboratory diagnosis, which includes culture, microscopy, and recent molecular techniques. Now, the diagnosis of latent tuberculosis can be done with the help of TST or MONTUS or interferon gamma release techniques, includes TB-ferron, TB spot test. Active infection similarly can be diagnosed with a microscopy, culture, or by the molecular technique, which includes the cartridge-based or chip-based nucleic acid amplification test, LPA, and of course, culture and sensitivity. Now, so the major lab diagnosis, if we talk about for active tuberculosis, will be microscopy, culture, NAT, chip or CB based, line probe assay, and in a resource limited setting, it could be TB lamp also. Now, if we compare microscopy, so what are the advantages? Advantages, inexpensive, very easy to perform, they are quick, but then we need at least 10 to the power 4 AFB per ml to have a positive microscopical finding. We will not be able to differentiate between the species, like whether it is MTC or MOT, it cannot be differentiated. Sensitivity is less, however, specificity is very high. When if we compare Zil-Nelson with fluorochrome, 10% more sensitivity is given by the fluorochrome staining techniques. It will not be able to differentiate between live and dead bacilli. Now, if we talk about culture, still culture remains the gold standard. It has high sensitivity, also will able to differentiate, because the isolate which we get in culture will be either MTC or MOT. So we can differentiate between MTC and MOT. Very important in case of smear negative cases where LPA is not possible. So first, isolate is required if we want to proceed with LPA testing. It could be either a conventional method, which is solid medium, or an automated rapid culture method. The sensitivity is more and the results are quicker in comparison to the conventional solid culture medium. Culture helps in follow-up cases of treatment also. Now, if we compare with LJ and BACTEC, it is considered as 10% more sensitive and also faster. So if we talk about the BACTEC MGIT, it is like the mycobacterium growth indicator tube. The capacity is 960. Medium which is used is 7H9 Middlebrook broth, automated for high volume mycobacterial growth, also used for susceptibility testing first line as well as second line. It's non-radiometric, advanced fluorometric technology, accurate detection with the help of O2 consumption, and uses the MGIT medium and the sensors. Now, what are the culture samples which can be used for phenotypic culture, like sputum, bile, pleural fluid, CSF, urine, other fluids, tissue, and pus? This can be used as a sample. What are the advantages? Comparatively faster results, differentiate between MOT and MTC. Now, the isolate ones we get from culture can be further used in LPA, first line as well as second line. Molecular test, this I have already said. Now, talking about the newer molecular diagnostic test, which is approved by WHA. So WHA has approved NAT, that is both CB-NAT as well as CHIP-NAT. TrueNAT, as we all know that this is indigenous. It's prepared it has already been developed in India, and we are using it at different locations. Then the LPA, which is also in the form of Heinz test, reverse hybridization test, and TB-LAMP, as we said, it's for the resource limited areas, kind of POCT. Now, Gene Expert, the instrument is very compact. So sputum can be, directly after, processing can be used in cartridge, and then the results which we get, this is the process, like sputum liquefaction, and then it is transferred to the cartridge. The cartridge goes into the system, and then we get the result, not only with MTB detection, but with rifampicin, sensitive or resistant. It takes around 2 hours for a complete test. What are the samples which can be used for CB-NAT? Could be a pleural fluid, ascitic fluid, tissue CSF, peritoneal fluid, or aspirates. But then the sensitivity, if we compare with the pulmonary samples, the sensitivity of extrapulmonary sample is less than the pulmonary samples. The other test, the molecular test, which is used for detection of MTB and also for first and second line drugs, it is the line probe assay, which is genotype MTB DR from the Heinz lab, detects the presence of TB complex, mutation, which is associated with rifampicin and INH, also detects mutation, which is associated with second line drugs, including fluoroquinolones and injectables. Now, the main drawback with LPA is that it needs positive smear sample. The sensitivity is only there when the smear is positive, or we can use a culture isolate for line probe assays. Now, what are the process? The DNA extraction occurs, the amplification is there, and then there is reverse hybridization and final evaluation of the result. Now, this is how the banding appears depending upon the wild type and mutant type. If there is any mutation, it will appear in the form of a band which can be detected, and then we can differentiate between rifampicin resistant and isoniazide, or if it is resistant to both. So there will be mutation in the RBOB gene if it is rifampicin, and there will be mutation in CAT and INHA if it is INH. Similarly, we have second line for fluoroquinolone, aminoglycosides, and ethambutol. Depending on the mutation find, we can just know what is the resistance pattern for second line drugs. Now, if we compare the sensitivity, so microscopy, we know it's at least 10 to the power 4 bacilli to get a positive microscopy. Then LJ, it's 100 to 100 bacilli. If we talk about MGIT, it is 10 to 100. Gene expert claims to be at around 130 CFU or 135 CFU. However, the Gene expert ultra claims to have a better sensitivity. Now, there's another aspect if we talk about the Indian scenario is the diagnosis of latent tuberculosis. Why it is important? Because any time if the situation permits, the latent tuberculosis can get converted into active tuberculosis. Now, latent tuberculosis infection is what? Presence of organism without any sign or symptom or radiographic or bacteriological evidence for a TB disease. Now, if we compare it with the pulmonary disease, in case of latent TB infection, it is positive TST or IGRA. Chest radiograph could be normal, no symptom or physical finding which is suggestive of TB. If we try to isolate respiratory specimens are smear and sometimes it's culture negative also. Then pulmonary tuberculosis, we will have positivity of TST IGRA, chest radiograph is in most of the cases abnormal, symptoms are there, and respiratory specimens are usually culture positive. So what are the latent infection detection tests? Is the MONTOOS and blood assays in the form of IGRA. Now, there are false negative TST cases in case of energy, where there is inability to react to TST because of weakened immune response, very recent TB infection, or very old infection. There is a recent live virus, either infection or there is a vaccination. Overwhelming TB disease can also lead to false negative TST, very young age, like children below 6 months of age. And if the technique is faulty, in all these cases, we can get a false negative TST. If we talk about blood assays for latent tuberculosis, it is TB furon or TB spot. Now in TB furon, the antigen which are used are ISAT6, CFP10, TB 7.7, and it measures the interferon gamma release, which is detected by ELISA. TB spot has got one antigen less in comparison to TB furon. Now coming to the main topic, which is drug-resistant tuberculosis. So what is drug-resistant tuberculosis and how are they classified as per recent PMDT guidelines, and how to deal with all these MDR or drug-resistant tuberculosis? Now, first term which comes in mind is what is MDR tuberculosis? This is multi-drug resistant. So the resistance is to rifampicin and isoniazid. Then we have H mono resistant, where there is resistance to isoniazid. Then there is polyresistant TB, resistant to other drugs excluding rifampicin and isoniazid. There is a new term which has been introduced, that is the pre-XDR TB. Here it is resistance to isoniazid, rifampicin, and fluoroquinolones or second line injectables. Then is the XDR TB, where it is first and second line drugs are basically rifampicin, isoniazid, and the second line drugs including fluoroquinolones and second line injectables. So these are the various definitions of drug-resistant tuberculosis. Now, as per the new PMDT guideline, what is the diagnostic algorithm for drug-resistant TB? So if we talk about this algorithm, so it is divided into presumptive TB and all diagnosed TB. What is presumptive TB? They are the vulnerable population of pediatric age group, people who are living with HIV, extrapulmonary TB sites. Smear is negative, but X-ray is suggestive. These group categorize the presumptive TB. Then all diagnosed TB patients, either they are non-responders, drug-resistant TB contacts, previously treated TB patients, TB with HIV co-infection, or even new TB patient. So all these patients should undergo a universal drug sensitivity testing with the help of CB-NAT. So once the CB-NAT is done at this level, it will help to differentiate whether it is rifampicin resistant or rifampicin sensitive. Now, in case of CB-NAT testing, if it is pulmonary tuberculosis, it is always better to take 2 samples. One is actually used for CB-NAT testing. Once it is found to be rifampicin sensitive tuberculosis, we do not know the status of isoniazid. So that sample, other sample should be sent to the lab for first line LPA to know if there is any kind of monoresistance for isoniazid. Now, in cases where in either 2 samples we are not able to get a clear-cut result, then a repeat sample should be taken from the patient for a first line LPA. Now, if here the problem comes, the first line LPA will only be done if the patient is smear positive. Now, if the patient is smear negative, a culture is required to get an isolate, and that isolate will go through the first line LPA to get the status of isoniazid resistance. Now, if it is isoniazid sensitive, well and good, it can be treated accordingly. But if it is H resistant, then a second line needs to be done to know the status for other drugs. Now, if culture is also done simultaneously, the isolate can be used for second line, and if this patient is smear positive, then straight away the sample can be used for second line LPA testing. Now, suppose the CB-NAT gives a rifampicin resistant tuberculosis, then in this case also it should go for a second line LPA to know the status of second line drugs. If the patient is smear negative, then of course a culture will be required to get an isolate so that the LPA testing can be done. This LPA second line will help to differentiate the various resistant patterns, whether it is fluoroquinolone and SLI, whether it is sensitive. So the treatment regimen will be different. If it is resistant, it will be different. So the integrated drug resistant TB algorithm as per PMDT program or PMDT guideline is presumptive TB, notified TB, and non-responder TB. All these patients should undergo NAT testing. Now, if it is rifampicin resistance is not detected, then a first line treatment can be started. Simultaneously, the patient should go for first line LPA to know the status of isoniazid. Now, if there is no resistance to isoniazid, then the first line treatment is continued. If it is isoniazid resistant, then again we'll go through the same procedure of going for second line LPA to know the status of other drugs, whether it is H monoresistant or polyresistant. The regimen will differ accordingly. Now, if it is rifampicin resistant, the same process of first line, second line LPA or culture will be done to know the status of other second line drugs. Now, if there is presence of non-DST based criteria and or resistant to levofloxacin, moxifloxacin, kanamycin, capreomycin, amikacin, pyrazinamide, and there is a mutation detected, then again it should go for a longer MDR therapy or MDR regimen, which is all oral, as we know that the streptomycin has been removed from the first line, and now there's all oral regimen which is given. Then if it is not detected, then shorter MDR TB regimen should be used, and in which new drugs are introduced like bedaquiline and delaminid. Depending upon the status and depending upon the requirement, it should be given. If it's unknown, then the history of any intolerance to the drugs or anything is not there, then same shorter regimen is followed. If it is there, then all oral longer regimen should be given. During the course of treatment. If there is any additional resistance which develops, or there is failing regimen, there is any kind of drug tolerance, or there is interruption, or there is any exclusion criteria which develops during the course of treatment, then that should get converted into all oral longer TB regimen, and it is modified according to the status of the patient. This is the integrated drug resistant algorithm as per the PMDT. Now, in case of drug resistant tuberculosis in children, although it's very difficult to diagnose it, but then the protocol which is followed is in new child TB patient, the status of drug resistant and sensitivity. If it is known, it is confirmed drug sensitive TB, and they should be treated at drug sensitive TB. If there is drug resistance confirmed, then should be treated as drug resistant TB. But if it is unknown, then the contact with infectious patient or infected patient is tracked. If it is yes, then what is the contact? Whether the contact is drug resistant or drug sensitive should be identified if possible. And if there is any failing treatment in the child, then the child is considered as presumptive drug resistant TB. Specimen, if possible, from the child should be taken for drug sensitivity testing, and then depending on that, if it is DRS or DST, it should be treated accordingly. If not known of, if there is any poor response, if DST shows sensitivity, treat as the drug sensitive. If not, if it is the contact with infectious patient is identified as drug resistant tuberculosis, then the patient or the child should be considered as probable drug resistant TB case, and then appropriate treatment should be given in consultation with the pediatrician. So that will be defined by the status of the child. So the current diagnostic pathway which we find where the culture and sensitivity facility is available is the smear microscopy, which decides after CBNAT whether LPA can be directly done or a liquid culture testing is required. So in case of smear positive, issues are not there. Straight away we can go for LPA. If there is valid result, it will help in finding out whether the patient is MDR or XDR. If there is any invalid result, then again the last resort should be culture. From the culture, the isolate can be used for LPA testing. Again, if the problem comes when the patient is smear negative, then we do not have a choice. Straight away, we cannot go for LPA. It has to be through culture. When the isolate is obtained, the isolate should undergo LPA testing for a rapid DST for first line as well as second line. Here, if we have a culture isolate, we can go for the drug sensitivity testing for other drugs of second line, and then the treatment can be modified accordingly. So what is the key message in the whole presentation is that the most important, if we talk about the control strategy for TB, is always early detection and appropriate treatment for both drug sensitive as well as drug resistant. Now, culture, as we have seen, still remains the gold standard for active tuberculosis and also very helpful in follow-up cases, also during the treatment regimen. Now, to provide reliable and fast results for TB diagnosis and patient care, a combination of tests that includes smear staining using a fluorescent microscope, if possible, liquid culture methods, and a molecular assay for TB detection and drug resistance are necessary. Now, there is still the need, we can see there is still the need to increase the sensitivity of TB detection among patients who are having extrapulmonary tuberculosis or TB with paucibacillary nature, immunocompromised patient like HIV, and also children where it is difficult to actually diagnose tuberculosis. So these are the key areas which needs to be focused. So let's unite as we have to end TB by 2025. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, for such a wonderful presentations. Now I request our delegates And the audience, they may ask any question. Do you have any question? Or shall we go ahead for another presentation? So,
thank you, Mamta. I'm Dr. Balram here.
Hello, Dr. Balram.
Anybody wants to ask any question?
I think it was too much of TB.
So, thank you from BD, and thank you team BD. And we will moving to the next session, next presenter.
Thank you.
Tarun. Mamta, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Mamta Chaudhary will share all the things from Beckman side.
Yes. Where are you?
Right on Delhi, sir. Mamta?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mamta Chaudhary, ma'am.
Start your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Mamta Chaudhary from Beckman team. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my screen is visible. If someone can confirm, please.
Yes, visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation. I really liked it about TB. It's really a concern in India. So, what I'll talk for next 10 minutes is I'll take you through some of the. Okay, do I need to start my video also? Hello.
If you want to, you can share.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if it is taking.
Yes, you are visible. You are visible.
Okay, thank you. Right. So, thank you, sir, for this opportunity to present microbiology solutions, what we have from Beckman. And for next 10 minutes, I'll take you through some of the innovative solutions in the automation for microbiology. From where we come is like Denner Group. And in Denner Group, we have many sister concern companies like Cepheid, Radiometer, Leica, Science, and Cytivia, ID, Beckman Coulter Life Sciences. You must be knowing it. And here in Beckman Coulter, I'm into microbiology business, product manager for microbiology. And we have ID-AST system already available, and a lot of you as a microbiologist use those systems in your lab, but we have recently launched an automation in streaking and automation pre-analytical in microbiology and automation in a complete microbiology lab. So I'll take you through some of the solutions, what we have in moving slides. So let's discuss about what is really changing in microbiology lab. There was a report coming from Improving Diagnosis in Healthcare in 2015, where they says that technologies and tools will play an majority role, an important role in patient care when it comes to the work system in microbiology labs. And technology and tools are an important elements of the work system in which diagnostic processes would occur. So we can see a lot of acceptance in automation need. A lot of innovative technologies like MALDI-TOF is like a routine one, which is being used, which was like a very rare around 10 years back. And then increased focus on IT and connectivity, which is a major requirement. We get a lot of information from different systems, different automated systems, but until unless we make it like more of use into converting the entire thing into information technology, it is of no use. So ideally, Beckman is focusing on to increase connectivity solutions. Like we have many softwares which connect the different instruments, collect the data from different instruments, and provide you as a result, final version of results. This is how the future of smart microbiology automation solutions looks like down the line. If I would say in Western countries, it is already many of the hospitals, labs which are using it. But in India, it would take further maybe five years to go ahead for such and fully automated laboratories, because we have as a workload, of course, a huge workload in the institute like AIIMS, PGIs, and the tertiary care hospitals. But having said that, we are having the maximum work of manual, which is being handled manually by the technicians when it comes to the pre-analytical part, when it comes to the specimen processing, gram staining preparation. So that is something which can be think of having an automation there. Then plate imaging and robotic plate incubation, and starting from like culturing of the system to the plate reading, digital plate reading, and then it goes for the selection of the positive samples. Then it makes an inoculation, putting into the MALDI-TOF or to the IDST system based on to the laboratory performance, get the details, informations from both the systems together and putting into one results and giving the results of IDAST as a single paper. So that's an idea of having such laboratories. So we are providing, as in Beckman Coulter, we are providing these automations. We are leaders worldwide for the clinical diagnostic side of automations when it comes to chemistry, immunology, and hematology automations. But here, in microbiology, also we are launching this year as an automation. So this is how the general microbiology looks like. The labs, lot of streaking, lot of plating, and these stuff. Our benches are almost all the time full. So if we see the today's processes here, blue color can give you an idea of largely automated when it comes to the blood culture, gram staining. Up to some of the labs are using some automation systems, and for molecular and IDSTs, of course, largely is being automated. But when it comes to the manual, you can see a lot of gray boxes here, a lot of processes, a lot of work is still onto the gray zone. Gray zone, when I say, it is a manual zone, right? So a lot of manual work is required, and a lot of technicians keep working for 8 hours, 10 hours to cope up with the processes which is required in microbiology. And still we provide results, like we generally take results into 2 to 3 days to provide a confirmations onto results to our clinicians. So with the current and future automation solutions, what Beckman Coulter suggests is we can automate at least 50% of the manual task which is happening in the lab to the automation. And here you can clearly see the blood culture to the culture streaking, plating, then reading the cultures, then enrichment of the broth, then streaking of automations, then plates, molecular IDST, all those parts can be automated, and it can be making more smoother, and technicians can manage the workload easily, and along with a lot of safety, because they're not exposing the contagious samples directly. What the major challenge comes in microbiology automation is because we have the widest range of samples which is being used in lab, and then it is like different containers based onto the samples, and the caps and size of the tubes are varies a lot of, and we cannot change it, right? We want to be continue with that, and different sample viscosities. So sample processing is required a lot of time based on the type of samples we do have, different processing protocols which we use generally, and the barcodes which we use onto labs wherever LIS is implemented into the hospitals. Or if LIS is not there, a lot of manual data to be managed by hand onto the registers, which is itself is a huge task for the technicians to handle or the laboratories to handle. So what we suggest is to automate all the core aspects of microbiology specimen processing, where the lot of time goes and a lot of errors happen, and a lot of, I would say, accessibility to the technicians to the contagious samples directly happens in that way. So here we present the automated sample processor along with IDAST. ID can be done with MALDI or along with IDAST system, what is DXM we have launched. It will help like to optimize the strategies quickly to address the current needs like safety, manual errors, and of course the time around the test, like that, like reporting time, how much we can save it on the turnaround time. And information management and connectivity is the key. until unless you are having very good information systems to connect data from all the instruments put together and provide results to the patient care or to the clinician or to the hospital side ICUs as soon as possible, it is of no use having a beautiful instrument into lab. So that's where the important role of connectivity comes around. Autoplug specimen processor provides an productivity, inbuilt flexibility, and quality and safety for the accurate results. How it works, I'll take you through that. So once you are having an automated specimen processor in lab, it will take care of your current manual processing. Generally, we do receive LIS information either on register, either on barcodes. So we print labels. We are considering at least LIS is being implemented in most of the institutes now, and then select and the label plates and inoculate plates and streak the inoculation and then put it to the incubator. So this system takes care of all these steps, and it makes like receive data from LIS, then loaded your plates directly to autoplug and then remove it to put it in incubator. So typical impact on productivity is one full automated autoplug can take care of the workload of two technical staff which work round the clock to optimize your workflow fully. And these technicians can be utilized more productively, because this is like kind of more of manual work where the analysis part doesn't come, but the errors comes from this part of the maximum. And what we can say is manage additional volumes, what is coming to your workload, more of workload to your labs, and then provide additional support to your technicians and prepare your staff safety also, which is very important nowadays. We have seen during the COVID time, and microbiology lab technicians are the one who is the work more closely with such contagious samples day in and out. So this system comes with a depending on like laboratory, whether they want to do it in batch processing or they want to run their samples in single. So eliminates the batch processing. Randomly, you can use up to 120 samples directly onto the system you can load, and automate processing like challenging specimen like stool or sputum can also be handled by the instrument. Automation specimen decapping, recapping of various container. So the containers what you're using in your lab, no need to change. Media which you're using in your lab, no need to change. Whatever exactly is happening manually in your lab, the system can be customized as per your laboratory requirement, and that can handle a workload of 440 plates of different 11 medias onto the system, and the throughput of the system is 125 plates per hour, which is do automatic streaking, provide you with a broth enrichment if required, then the gram staining slide preparation if required, and then the disc diffusion. Also the disc can be plated onto the plate very well, and it can be like maintained remotely as well as in lab also. So it provides, it's very compact. It is in the of the size of laminar flow in laboratories, so you can keep it in one corner, and which can like keep your laboratory very clean and a safe place to work for the technicians. So in nutshell, we can say that it increases the productivity, eliminates a lot of routine tasks like labeling, streaking, and the processes of broth enrichment and staining slide preparation, eliminate the batch processing of cultures, which takes a lot of time, automate the workload of 2 full time of technicians per day, and ensure flexibility of using different medias from different manufacturer. It provides like, you can use the same protocols what you're using manually in your labs, and then it maximizes the space of your lab because it is very compact and you can put it in one corner of your lab. It improves the workflow. When it comes to improve this quality and safety is, it reduces the risk of errors. It improves the isolation without exposure to the samples directly, and provides safe processing and minimize risk of cross-contamination. And it comes with HEPA filter and all the security features, what it takes care of quality and safety. So, okay, this is the new version of DXM, which comes as ID and AST. I'll just run through it because I'll not indicate much of the thing rather than one thing. It is a next version of MicroScan. MicroScan is like more of an old generation, and it comes as new one. here you can see the machine is fully walk away. It gives indication of LEDs from which you can you'll be knowing what reagent is left behind, what is being done, and how, means without getting into the machine, technician knows which at what stage machine is and when your results will be ready. So I'll pause here and I'll play a video of working there just to give you a fair idea how it works. Please confirm me if video is like visible to all of you. My screen is visible. Tarun, if you can confirm.
Yes, the screen is visible, but video is not.
You stop this share and start with the video.
Okay. Okay.
And you
Thanks,
start
sir.
the video through the platform.
So now is it visible?
Yes. Something is coming. Yes.
So it's Beckman Coulter logo is visible.
Yes. Beckman Coulter. Mamta, voice is not coming.
Okay. So
Audio.
This way, audio won't come.
Okay.
You have to go through the share screen.
Yeah.
And you have to choose from the share screen to the.
Okay, share sound. I got it. Yes. It will be visible. So it is audible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Coming.
Okay. This is all from my side.
Thank you, Madam Chaudhary. It was a lucid presentation. Good. And I think one thing I want to add and comment and suggest to all of the MNCs and company people that they should update us with their technology and the new instrument. We also learn from that also. Actually, many of our faculty, many of our residents, they do not know what is going on in the whole world. So I think you can join hands with your competitors and other MNCs and to present all these things in a common platform, maybe an hour for that. So all of them, all of the faculties all around the maybe in India or maybe in state may see all these new technologies. and it will help them. It's a word of automation. Everything is virtual and everything is automated. So,
Yes, agree with you, sir. And thanks for giving this opportunity, because we wanted to, like, Western world, you said correctly, are using a lot of automation. They are like far advanced, but it used to be a case earlier when we used to adapt technologies like 10 years behind them and 20 years behind them. But now things are changing up, and we are also equally adapting the
yes.
technology, and in many of the fields we are moving, in fact, ahead of them. So
Yes.
that's how we should actually opt new technologies and
You
make
can
things
see
better for our life.
an example of vaccination.
Correct, sir.
So it's nothing like कि कोई ज़्यादा है, but we should move to the more advanced technology, which is cost effective and more accurate, which help the mankind in all aspects. Ultimately, our goal is to help the mankind to make them free from disease.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir, that was an idea. So thank you very much for giving us time and opportunity to share, and definitely we'll keep updating you on to the latest updates. Thank you
so
very
much. Thank you.
Thanks all the audience. In case anyone is having any question, please feel free to ask. If I can reply now, or maybe we can connect later, or you can put it in chat. I can reply out there. Okay, I don't find there is any question. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Jitendra, you asked them the email for everybody, all the presenters. So anybody wants that communication from them, they can take help, right?
Okay.
So anybody left? Jitendra, anybody left? Any presenter?
No, sir.
So thank you, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So we will move to the next event, the quiz session. I want all of you to log in that quiz session, and after the quiz session, we will have a valedictory, and we will be announcing the different awards and prizes for that. So keep your finger crossed, and we are still on.
So, sir, there's a quiz in hall 3.
Everybody, please log to hall 3. सबको भेज दो भाई लिंक.
Okay, sir.
हाँ, सबको लिंक भेजो, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Bye. I'll take your leave.
Bye. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, speak.
Sir, we have many students not present in poster.
Sir, we didn't got a chance to represent our poster. There are many of us.
कोई भाग गया.
Soumya.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask.
Yes, sir.
Any other presenter?
Yes, Ronak Chahal.
Ronak.
Yes, Mohammed Junaid.
In which category?
Yes, sir. Bacteria.
Soumya, Ronak Chahal, and
Mohammed Junaid. Mohammed Junaid.
Junaid. Okay, wait. Let me ask.
Okay.
Bacteria में है आप लोगों का तीनों का?
Yes, sir. Bacteria.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Soumya?
Yes, sir.
So please stay with us. ठीक है, इसी हॉल में रहो. ठीक
Yes, sir. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Raman? Mohammad Junaid? Are you there?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
डेल से किया है सर उन्होंने. डेल से डेल के से. ठीक है.
I now call upon Ronak Chahal. Ronak Chahal, are you there? Please unmute yourself and share your video.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please unmute yourself and please share your screen, Ronak Chahal. रौनक चहल, ये आप क्या मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं क्या?
Yes, sir.
चलो बोलिए, जल्दी बोलिए, चलिए.
Good afternoon, sir. My topic is to determination of anti-streptococcus or titer in suspected case of streptococcus infection. My introduction. The group is beta hemolytic streptococcus that remain a major human infective agent for hundreds of years. Group is beta hemolytic streptococcus related element and keep on affecting general public and national economy and mostly kids and youngsters. Now I am the aim to determine the anti-stabilization or titer in suspected case of streptococcal infection. Method: the measurement of ASO level was done by semi-auto analyzer. Coral autoanalyzer, company is Coral. The Coral analyzer on the basis of analyzer on the base of photometric colorimeter system. Now I am 107 blood sample were taken in our study. The study conducted in serological section. Now result. Result a total sample size 107. Now I am testing in the lab, microbiology lab. Then positive case 23 were found.
Okay. Have
Now
you finished your
discussion.
presentation? Acha, okay.
No, sir, not discussion. The study was total 107 sample positive and 23 is positive. A prevalence streptococcal infection 21.5 in the age group of sex. The study showed the similar study, Sharma A. et al. 2016, having a prevalence rate 22.8, and at the highest prevalence rate, another study, Solanki 2020, at the prevalence rate 35.69. And conclusion, the study will be useful for evaluate the utilization of zero diagnosis in our criteria population and found useful in earlier diagnosis and treatment of these pathogens. Treatment can be initiated at an earlier stage, reducing in complication, associated mortality. Thank you, sir.
ओके, थैंक यू रौनक। ओके, मैंने आपसे एक चीज ये पूछनी है कि आप ये एंटी स्ट्रेप्टोलाइसिन वो टेस्ट नहीं करते क्या? अपनी लैब में जो नॉर्मल कॉमनली यूज टेस्ट होता है, आपने कुछ यूज करी है इसको करने के लिए?
सर जनरली जो हमारे यहाँ टेस्ट होता है वो एंटी स्टेबलाइजेशन कार्ड टेस्ट होता है, लेकिन जो मैंने अपने रिजल्ट में किया वो क्वांटिटेटिव किया।
वेरी गुड। अच्छा, लेकिन एक बात बताओ, कोई कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस है आपके पास इन दोनों टेस्ट का? आपने अगर आपके पास दोनों का डेटा हो तो आपकी एक अच्छी पब्लिकेशन हो सकती है, इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ।
हाँ सर, दोनों का डाटा है मेरे पास।
ओके, अगर वो डाटा भी प्रेजेंट करते तो एक अच्छा कंकॉर्डेंस वाला डेटा मिल जाता हमें। आपने अगर ये सेमी क्वांटिटेटिव किया है तो इसमें सेमी क्वांटिटेटिव में आपने क्या बताया सेमी क्वांटिटेशन करके? मतलब आप
सेमी क्वांटिटेटिव, यस सर, मेनली जो सेमी क्वांटिटेटिव से ये पता लगा कि जो उसकी नॉर्मल वैल्यू है 200 ml, उसके अंदर ये देखा गया कि जो बच्चे थे, जो पीडियाट्रिक केस थी, उनके अंदर ज्यादा पाया गया इन्फेक्शन कंपेयर टू मेल एडल्ट केस।
नहीं बेटा, आप एक रौनक इन्फेक्शन नहीं है, ये टाइटर पाए गए हैं, आप ये इन्फेक्शन है, आपको क्लिनिकली कोरिलेट करना पड़ता है ना।
एंटी स्टेबलाइसिन ओ एंटीबॉडी जो टाइटर है वो राइज हुआ है बच्चों के अंदर।
नहीं तो उसको क्लिनिकली कोरिलेट किया था आपने? उसका कोई क्लिनिकल कोरिलेशन है? कोई लॉजिक लगाया था कोरिलेशन करने के लिए?
मतलब सर जिन बच्चों को फीवर, थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन।
हाँ, बोलिए बोलिए, क्योंकि आपका कोई क्लिनिकल डेटा नहीं है, ये सिर्फ लैब डेटा है। इस डेटा को अगर आप क्लिनिकल जब तक कोरिलेट नहीं करेंगे, कि इसमें इस डेटा का कोई मतलब नहीं है बिना क्लिनिकल कोरिलेशन के। आप समझ रहे हैं मेरी बात?
सर क्लिनिकल कोरिलेशन है, मैंने इसके अंदर ऐड नहीं हुआ होगा, लेकिन क्लिनिकल कोरिलेशन है। सस्पेक्टेड केस
आपके पास अपना डेटा तो होगा ना क्लिनिकल कोरिलेशन का, कुछ जो आपने स्टडी करी है, तो उसके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
सर जो पेशेंट हॉस्पिटल में आए थे जिनकी वजह से थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन था, फीवर था, इन पेशेंट सस्पेक्टेड केस इस तरह के, वो केस मैंने लिए अपनी स्टडी के अंदर।
ओके, ठीक है, थैंक यू। चलिए,
थैंक यू सर।
डॉक्टर जितेन सर, ये डॉक्टर सारिका सरावत है, वो उनको हॉल 1 का एक्सेस चाहिए विद मतलब पैनलिस्ट वाला एक्सेस चाहिए उनको। मैंने ग्रुप में भी डाला है, डेलीगेट्स वाले ग्रुप में डाला है। अच्छा सर,
am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. डॉक्टर सारिका आप प्रेजेंट कर दीजिए प्लीज। डॉक्टर सारिका।
Sure, sir.
हाँ
जी सर। Just give me a second, sir. I'm sharing my screen. Could you please share my screen? I am not able to share it, please, sir. My code is MB3 PB3. Sorry.
PB3. Jiten, I don't have your presentation. It is with my co-coordinators.
Sir, just a minute, sir.
PB3 को शेयर करो यार। PB3.
Okay. Just a minute, sir. Is it visible?
Dr. Sarika, can you see this study?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Please present.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to you all. Today I'm going to present a poster on the topic study of asymptomatic bacteriuria in antenatal cases. Let's start with introduction. UTI is defined as microbial invasion of the urinary tract that extends from the renal cortex to urethral meatus. It is more common in females because of the anatomy of the female urethra, that is short female urethra, and its proximity to the ends. Due to the morphological and physiological changes in pregnancy, like dilatation of the uterus and renal calyces. Sir, I'm not able to see my
Jiten, we
screen.
cannot see Jiten. Dr. Jiten,
Sorry
please stay on the presentation. Dr. Jiten. Dr. Jiten.
Sir, just a minute, sir.
Please keep it on PP3. Don't change the screen. PP3, PPTX. आप कीजिए और कोई स्क्रीन मत चेंज कीजिए.
Shall I start with the introduction?
Wait. Dr. Jiten.
जी.
सर कर रहा हूँ सर, एक मिनट बस. I think now it is visible ना?
It is visible, लेकिन आपने स्क्रीन चेंज कर दी थी. अगर आप स्क्रीन चेंज कर देंगे तो हमें नहीं दिखेगा. आप
No
इसी
issue, sir.
से कराइए.
No issue, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It is visible, sir.
हाँ.
Shall I start?
हाँ, please फटाफट कीजिए.
Asymptomatic bacteriuria. Asymptomatic bacteriuria is the isolation of a specified quantitative amount, that is more than 10 to the power 5 of bacteria in appropriately collected urine specimen without the symptoms of or signs of UTI. The aim of my study is to isolate, identify, and establish antimicrobial susceptibility pattern of the pathogens responsible for ASB. The study was carried out in the Department of Microbiology, RNT Medical College. Clean catch midstream urine sample was taken from booked antenatal cases from OG department. The urine culture was then performed on blood agar, McConkey agar, and chrome agar, and the identification was done by gram staining, motility, catalase, oxidase, and the routine biochemical test available in the lab. Antimicrobial susceptibility was done by the disk diffusion method as per CLSI 2020 guidelines. Now coming to result, of the 250 sample collected, 30 were culture positive, and most common organism isolated was Enterococcus species, which accounts for 8.4%, followed by Escherichia coli and Pseudomonas. The organisms were sensitive to amoxicillin, cephalexin, third generation cephalosporins like ceftriaxone, ceftazidime, norfloxacin, and nitrofurantoin. Now coming to discussion, UTI is more common in pregnant than in non-pregnant women, as I had explained earlier, because of the hormonal changes. That is, progesterone leads to dilatation of smooth muscle relaxation, which leads to dilatation of the ureter and the renal calyces. The screening of the asymptomatic bacteria in antenatal cases does require special attention, because as there is absence of symptoms, it is difficult to diagnose UTI in those patients, and to reduce adverse maternal and fetal outcome associated with these patients, like postpartum UTI, acute pyelonephritis, and low birth weight babies and prenatal death in case of fetal. Now coming to conclusion, in my study, the asymptomatic bacteria incidence was 12%, and the urine culture was the efficient method for screening of asymptomatic bacteriuria in antenatal cases. Significant bacteriuria was found more in primary gravida as compared to the multigravida, and more in second trimester as compared to the first trimester patient. With this, I conclude, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So you had used CLSI 2020 guidelines for interpreting antibiotic susceptibility results, and you did this method, right? Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir. Yes, sir.
I said thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for allowing me.
Okay. Now we have Soumya Shukla. Dr. Soumya Shukla, Mr. Soumya Shukla, can you please share your screen? Please unmute yourself first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and please share your screen. I mean, what I mean to say is, please share your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a minute. Okay, sir.
Okay. So
am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are audible, but
yes.
Where is your screen? I saw your screen and it disappeared all of.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Just a second, sir. Okay.
Please open PowerPoint mode. नहीं PowerPoint mode on कीजिए आप. जो screen पे जो projection mode होता है.
PowerPoint mode is on.
Projection mode.
It It is there, sir. It's already.
हाँ हो गया चलिए start
Okay.
कीजिए.
Okay. So my topic was comparison of bacterial UTI infection in catheterized and non-catheterized patients and their antibiogram. It was there. UTI is the most common bacterial infection that occurs within indwelling and that occurs with the catheter within 48 hours is known as catheter-associated UTI infection. The most common uropathogens were E. coli, Klebsiella, and the symptoms that were seen were fever, urinary urgency, abdominal pain, dysuria, pyuria, and leukocytes in urine. And that could even lead to complications like catheter infestation, bladder stones, septicemia, endotoxic, and polynephritis. The aim was to compare the bacterial UTI infection in catheterized and non-catheterized patients and their antibiogram. And the objectives were to know the different pathogenic bacteria causing UTI in catheterized and non-catheterized patients, and also to compare the antibiogram of isolates from the catheterized and non-catheterized patients. Materials were that I used was the urine sample was collected, midstream urine in case of non-catheterized, and in case of catheterized patients, we have taken the urine from the catheter tube itself, and we have then processed it on the cleared agar plate and incubated at 37 degrees. And any growth that was seen was confirmed by the gram staining, followed by the biochemicals test, and then we have done the AST. The results that were seen was the infection occurred more in the catheterized patients. It was seen as 40% than in non-catheterized. In non-catheterized, we saw 31% infection, and also we have seen that the females were more affected than males. And if we talk about bacteria, E. coli was the most highly isolated bacteria there. And then talking about drugs, it was seen that amoxicillin and nitrosoureton were the most sensitive drugs in case of COTY patients. And in non-COTY patients, the drugs that were more sensitive were nitrofurantoin, meropenem, and norproxazine. The discussion we have is the infection was seen more in catheterized patients, and the pathogen seen were E. coli, followed by Klebsiella, Enterobacter, etc. Then we have the conclusion that percentage of COTY was 40%, whereas in non-COTY it was 31%, and the ratio of women was high in both COTY and non-COTY. And our study shows that the higher percentage of UTI in COTY is in COTY, so we should avoid the unnecessary catheterization. And our study will also help in the better selection of antibiotics for patients. Like we have seen, the number of patients that were affected with the UTI were more in the COTY patients, so we should try to avoid the unnecessary catheterization. And it was also seen that in both the cases, had been that COTY or non-COTY, female patients were more.
Okay. Thank you. आपका टाइटल है बैक्टीरियल इन्फेक्शन इन नॉन-catheterized patient एंटीबायोग्राम. बेटा एंटीबायोग्राम बोलते हैं, आपने तो रिजल्ट लाइन में समराइज किया, आपको प्रॉपर बायोग्राम चाहिए था जिसमें एंटीबायोटिक्स.
You are not audible.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, the title, there should be an antibiogram. You have not results में दो लाइन में समराइज दिया कि amoxicillin sensitive in case COTY. Antibiogram means आपको proper एक tabular form में antibiotics with percentage for.
Yes, sir. I have in my work, what I have done is I have made a table of all the drugs, and I have also made a table of the one that were resistant and those were CA sensitive. So the data that I had, that was on the basis of all those drugs and who were resistant and who were not. So I have that data with me in both the COTY and non-COTY patients. Here, I have just done like those were CA sensitive. So I have mentioned the drugs that were only sensitive, but I do have the data of both the ones that were CA sensitive and the ones that were resistant. Hello. Hello, sir. Am I audible to you?
या सौम्य शुक्ला,
Yes, sir.
या मैं आपको ये बोल रहा हूँ कि आप अगर वो टेबल प्रेजेंट करते तो बेटर लगता, आपका एंटीबायोग्राम उसमें प्रॉपर आता। ये अभी इनकम्प्लीट इंफॉर्मेशन है, इतना समराइज आपने किया है।
Yes, actually, due to lack of space, I didn't. I could
Okay,
put
no
the
problem.
whole table. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you very much. Now let us move to the last presenter of the day. Please stop sharing your screen, Soumya Shukla.
Yes, sir, sure. Yes, sir, sure.
Okay, okay. Last presenter, Mohammad Junaid. Dr. Junaid.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Okay, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, so my topic was bacterial profile of diabetic foot infection in a tertiary care center. Introduction: diabetic foot infections are associated with long duration hospital stay. Diabetic foot ulcers are serious complication of diabetes mellitus, which increase the patient morbidity and also have significant socio-economic impact. In fact, diabetic foot ulcers are conduct to infections, gangrene, amputation, and even dying if required supervision is not served. Aim and objective was to study the microbial profile of diabetic foot infections, and objective was to find the possible aerobic bacterial pathogens in diabetic foot infection, to observe the antibiogram of isolated microorganisms. The method used was in our observational study. The isolate were identified by standard biochemical tests and antibiotic performed by Kirby-Ward disk diffusion method, and interpreted as per the Clinical and Laboratory Standard Institute (SCLSI) guidelines. The result was a total of 82 cases with 50 males and 32 females were included. 64 samples yielded positive growth with a total 87 isolates. 73.43% shows single isolate and rest 2 or 3 isolates. Gram negative organisms were more predominant than gram positive organisms. The graph is showing that the percentage of different microorganisms, and second graph is showing that how much which antibiotic sensitive for gram negative and gram positive bacteria. Vancomycin were 100% sensitive for gram positive organism, and linezolid and cholesterol were 100% sensitive for gram negative. Discussion was monomicrobial was 73.43% in this study when compared to studies of Zubair M. et al. And Pappu K. et al. They observed 56.6% and 92% Staphylococcus aureus. 40.22% was the most common pathogens in our study, which is similar to the other study. Similar to the study of Goldstein, E.J. et al., they found 41% of Staphylococcus aureus. Conclusion was proper use of drugs based on antibiotic pattern helps the medical practitioner to reduce the risk of diabetic foot and ulcer. It will ultimately decrease the rate of amputation. Vancomycin, linezolid, and collagen are the drug of the choice in our study. Thank you, sir.
अच्छा, आपने अपनी स्टडी से ड्रग ऑफ चॉइस भी बता दिया। अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, आपने अपना सिर्फ एरोबिक कल्चर किया था कि एनारोबिक कल्चर भी किया था?
ओनली एरोबिक कल्चर।
तो आपको पता है डायबिटिक फुट में मिक्स्ड इन्फेक्शंस हो सकती हैं, उसमें एनारोबिक इन्फेक्शंस भी हो सकती हैं।
यस सर, यस सर,
तो वो तो आपका एक पॉइंट है जो मिस हो गया। दूसरी बात, आप बोल रहे हैं कि आपने स्टैंडर्ड बायोकेमिकल टेस्ट यूज किए थे। अच्छा बताइए, स्टेफाइलोकोकस ऑरियस कैसे आइडेंटिफाई किया था आपने?
तो सर सबसे पहले जो हमने स्टेफाइलोकोकस सैंपल आने के बाद में उसको उसमें कल्चर किया ग्राम उसमें ब्लड अगार में एंड मैकॉन किया।
ग्रोथ आ गई ब्लड अगार पे, जैसे व्हाइट बीटा हेमोलिटिक कॉलोनीज आ गई, उसके बाद क्या किया था?
सब कैटलेस किया एंड कोगुलेस किया सर।
बस कैटलेस और कोएगुलेस किया, स्लाइड कोएगुलेस किया कि ट्यूब कोएगुलेस किया?
सर स्लाइड कोएगुलेस किया था सर।
अच्छा, तो आपको पता है कि स्टेफाइलोकोकस में इतने सारे स्पीशीज होते हैं जिसमें कुछ स्लाइड पॉजिटिव, ट्यूब नेगेटिव, स्लाइड पॉजिटिव ऐसे हो सकता है?
यस सर।
तो आपको उसके बेसिस पे सिर्फ कोएगुलेस और वो भी स्लाइड कोएगुलेस के बेसिस पे कैसे कह सकते हो कि आपका स्टेफाइलोकोकस ऑरियस आया था? ठीक है, तो इसका मतलब आपकी जो स्पीशीज आइडेंटिफिकेशन है वही फ्लॉड है। ठीक है, उसमें बहुत सारी गलतियां हैं। फिर आप बोल रहे हैं कि आपने CLSI की गाइडलाइंस यूज की थी। कौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट नंबर था CLSI की गाइडलाइंस को जो आपने यूज किया था इसको करने के लिए? डॉक्यूमेंट नंबर बताइए। कौन से साल की गाइडलाइंस हैं, कौन से ईयर की, और उसका डॉक्यूमेंट नंबर बताइए।
जस्ट
क्या हुआ, चेक कर रहे हैं गूगल पे?
नो सर, नो सर।
अच्छा, विदाउट वेस्टिंग मच टाइम मैं आपसे लास्ट क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ। ये M100 डॉक्यूमेंट होता है, अब आपने कौन से ईयर का किया है वो तो मुझे पता नहीं।
यस सर।
तो ये बताइए कि आपने लिनेजोलिड की सेंसिटिविटी करी थी स्टेफाइलोकोकस में?
सर नो, लिनेजोलिड की नहीं की थी। वैसे सर की थी सर, सॉरी सर, कोलिस्टीन की। यस सर, यस सर।
एक सेकंड रुक जाओ, लिनेजोलिड की थी?
यस सर।
अच्छा, तो ये लिनेजोलिड की जो सेंसिटिविटी आपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन से करी थी उसमें आपने रिफ्लेक्टेड लाइट में किया था कि ट्रांसमिटेड लाइट में किया था?
सर ये रिफ्लेक्टेड लाइट में किया।
गलत है, वो ट्रांसमिटेड लाइट में होना चाहिए एज पर CLSI गाइडलाइंस। चलिए ठीक है, प्लीज रीलुक इनटू व्हाटएवर यू हैव प्रेजेंटेड। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू।
Okay, I think Dr. Jitendra, we can end the session now.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Please stop sharing your screen, Mohammad Junaid.
Okay sir, okay.
Dr. Jitendra, are you still there? Dr. Jitendra. Am I audible? Okay. I'll be ending the session now. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Dr. Vane, you were audible.
तो हम बोले
So, am I audible to all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Great.
Yes, yes.
So, we are on the finishing edge of this virtual e-conference MicroCon 2021 of UK chapter, and we are ready with the evaluation results of various categories of oral session and posters. I hope everybody will be waiting for that. We have asked them to, all the candidates, to join to the hall 1. Actually, only a single hall is working right now. So I will hand over for the announcing all the results to Dr. Yogendra Madhuria, who is additional professor at AIIMS Rishikesh, and he's also the scientific chairperson for all the sessions. Dr. Yogendra, please come.
Thank you, Dr. Balram. I am Dr. Yogen. So we will be just discussing the awards for this. And now, beginning with the awards, I will be beginning with the first award, that is the PC Sen Award.
Oral free paper, free paper. Free paper है कुछ? नहीं है तो फिर posters बता पहले.
Okay, I am beginning with the first oral free papers awards. In that, the best papers were divided into the 4 fields. That is the first bacteriology field, virology field, mycology, and parasitology fields. In bacteriology field, the first award has been won by Dr. Rajiv Sharma from KGMU, JR2. In virology,
Technical person, please open the mic of everybody so they can clap for them. And so mute all the mics so we can hear the sound also. Now this is the time of claps and sound. Please. Everybody can unmute. Yes.
well, in this field of bacteriology, Dr. Rajiv Sharma from KGMU, his JR2 has won the free oral presentation awards in the free category. And virology, Dr. Jarleen Varghese from KGMU has won this award. She is again JR2. And in mycology field, Dr. Ridhi Singh from again KGMU, JR2 has won this award. The first position. And in parasitology, Dr. Dhruv Hari from JNMC Wardha, the assistant professor, has won this award. But in the poster presentations, best posters in the field of bacteriology goes to Dr. Shashi Rekha, the SR from AIIMS Rishikesh. In mycology, the first prize has been backed by 2 persons. First is Mohammad Zulfikar Ali. He is MSc third year student from Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad. And it is also won by Dr. Arpana Singh. She is at AIIMS Rishikesh. In mycobacteriology, the award goes to Dr. Diksha Kambose, JR1, AIIMS Rishikesh. In parasitology, the award goes to Manorma Yadav from RML, Lucknow.
Great.
In other category, that is immunology and others, the award goes to Dr. Vanya Singh, SR from AIIMS Rishikesh. Coming on to the named awards, the prestigious awards, that is PC Sen Award goes to no candidate has been found suitable for the Dr. PC Sen Award. So this award is not given this year. And Professor Archana Ayagri Award goes to Dr. Shweta Singh from SGPGI. She's SR over there. And Professor Asha Mathur award, that is in the for poster virology, goes to Ms. Ankita Pandey from SGPGI, Lucknow. Well,
should we repeat it? Should we repeat it?
Yes, please repeat it. Repeat all of them.
Okay, the oral presentations, the award goes in the field of bacteriology. The first position is backed by Dr. Rajiv Sharma.
This is free paper. This is
That's free paper. Award in bacteriology goes to Dr. Rajiv Sharma, KGMU, is JR2 over there. And in virology field goes to Dr. Jaspreet, again from KGMU, JR2. And in mycology field, it goes to Dr. Riddhi Singh. She is also from KGMU and JR2 over there. And the field of parasitology, it goes to Dr. Dhruv Hari from JNMU, JNMC Wardha. He is assistant professor over here. In the poster presentation, the best posters are divided into 5 fields. And the bacteriology field, it goes to Dr. Sashi Rekha, SR at AIIMS Rishikesh. In mycology field, the first prize has been backed by 2 persons, Muhammad Zulfikar Ali from Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad. He is MSc student. And the second goes to Dr. Again, the second candidate for the first rank is Dr. Artna Singh. She is SR at AIIMS Rishikesh. The field of microbacteriology has been backed by Dr. Pratiksha Kamboj from AIIMS Rishikesh. And in parasitology field, it goes to Manorma Yadav from RML, Lucknow. In immunology and others category, the award goes to Dr. Vanya Singh. She is SR at AIIMS Rishikesh. And the main awards, that is the Professor P.C. Sen Award, no candidate has been found suitable for that award. So this year, this award has been given to no one. Professor Archana Iyagiri Award in the field of antimicrobial resistance is backed by Dr. Shweta Singh from SGPGI. And Professor Asha Mathur Award for the poster in the field of virology goes to Ankita Pandey from SGPGI.
We are waiting for the quiz results. It will come in maybe 3 to 5 minutes. So bear with us, please. So it is in the Micromania quiz which was organized. It is Nikhil Raz who attempted 32 out of 50. He has the highest marks. Dr. Pranshu who has done 31 out of 50. And Anusha K.R. She is also from AIIMS Rishikesh. She is 26 out of 50. This was online quiz. And congratulations to all the awardees, all the winners. And I am from my whole team along with HOD madam. I thank all of you and all the judges, all the chairperson for joining us and making this conference very informative and knowledgeable and interactive. Thank you all, and your certificates and everything will be coming to you through on the digital platform. Our HOD madam has come. Kindly, ma'am,
HOD ma'am has come just to say thank you to all the participants. I hope you all enjoyed your conference, and we'll be sharing a feedback Google form with all the participants. Please freely give the feedback about the experience. Grateful to everyone. Good day and goodbye. This is thank you and goodbye from the organizing chairperson and the organizing secretary. Great teamwork. Dr. Mathuria also. Yes. Bye.
Dr. Vishwajit, Dr. Mohit, Dr.
Mohit, yeah.
Kalita, Ambar, and everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Manadev. All delegates. Thank you, Neelam madam. We missed Neelam madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanya. All thank you, Apna. Thank you, Diksha. Thank you, Gaurav. And thank you, Ish. All thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.